This thing, our flame, we'll rock it till the wheels fall off. 'Cause I know, you know, we're just going through the motions over and over.
When we first started off, we was creeping out like a submarine. Baby girl, you be playing like it's basketball season, 'cause you be acting foul every time I'm reaching. We both know what it was from the get-go, and now we in the face, we both won't let go. All the passion and smashing and acting like it ain't happening. It really is the best though. Don't front, I know you feel the same. You ignited this fire, so don't kill the flame. Things supposed to change, but it's still the same. But I felt too deep to reveal the pain. You said you need a man with the right mind, and you fell in love but not the right time. I need you in my life like batteries and lights when the power goes out in the nighttime. Yeah.
Our flame, we'll rock it till the wheels fall off. 'Cause I know, you know, we're just going through the motions over and over.
We both know this goes two ways, so I ain't gon' front and be a two-face. The only thing missing is the hugging and kissing, but you be tripping like you stepping on your shoelace. So dope how you sneak on the late night text. Tell me how you dream of this I'll be on the sideline knowing that it's grind time, patiently waiting to play the game like next. Every night without you gets colder. You're looking for a rock, well baby I'm a boulder. Go with the flow 'cause we only getting older, and I think about you.
Over and over.
And I won't stop, girl, it's impossible. I'ma be here to rock with you. This is real wholehearted, should've known when we started. Baby, this is just not for you.
Never know where we're going, we're just going with the flow and falling in and out of love. It's like we're running out of time, part-time love don't ever run. Falling in and out of love. This thing, our flame, rocking till the wheels fall off. 'Cause I know, you know, we're just going through the motions over and over. This thing, our flame, rocking till the wheels fall off. 'Cause I know, you know, we're just going through the motions over and over. This thing, our flame, rocking till the wheels fall off. 'Cause I know, you know, we're just going through the motions over and over. Over and over. Baby, over and over. Over and over. Over and over. Baby, over and over.
KUAM-FM Hagåtña, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
In the morning, not a soul in sight. The city's looking like a ghost town on a moonlit summer night. Raindrops on the windshield, there's a storm moving in. He's heading back from somewhere that he never should have been. And the thunder rolls, and the thunder rolls. Every light is burning in the house across town. She's pacing by the telephone in her faded flannel gown, asking for a miracle and hoping she's not right, and praying it's the weather that's kept him out all night. And the thunder rolls, and the thunder rolls. The thunder rolls and the lightning strikes. Another love grows cold on a sleepless night. As the storm goes on out of control, deep in her heart, the thunder rolls. She's waiting by the window when he pulls into the drive. She rushes out to hold him, thankful he's alive. But on the wind and the rain, a strange new perfume blows, and the lightning flashes in her eyes, and he knows that she knows, and the thunder rolls, and the thunder rolls. The thunder rolls, and the lightning strikes. Another love grows cold, darling, on a sleepless night. As the storm blows on out of control, deep in her heart, the thunder rolls.
Stay connected through The Link each morning on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Alright, we're grooving, nothing like roots reggae music. You turn it up, I wanna lose it. Nothing like roots reggae music. Alright, we're grooving, nothing like roots reggae music. You turn it up, I wanna lose it. Nothing like roots reggae music. Your higher self meditation, the music brings upon me, mixed with the healing of the nation. Well, now that's all I need, 'cause it's the perfect combination. We're moving at our own speed, we're talking higher concentration, so keep it moving with me. Yeah, let me tell you, now we're grooving, nothing like roots reggae music. You turn it up, I wanna lose it. There's nothing like roots reggae music. Alright, we're grooving, nothing like roots reggae music. You turn it up, I wanna lose it. Nothing like roots reggae music. We wanna move, we wanna groove, we wanna move, we wanna play it non-stop. Yes, we wanna move, we wanna groove, we wanna move, we wanna play it non-stop. Because you can't stop this feeling, you can't stop this groove, can't stop this music, now you can't kill this mood. Music and the message, message and the music, never leave sight in the right time, it'll get light. And let me tell you, now we're grooving, there's nothing like roots reggae music. Turn up, I wanna lose it. Yeah, there's nothing like roots reggae music. We're grooving, there's nothing like roots reggae music. You turn it up, I wanna lose it. Hey, there's nothing like roots reggae music. Yeah.
Stay connected through The Link each morning on Breeze 93.9 FM.
We've been together a while, and I don't mean to cramp your style. Sometimes I wonder just how things my soul to keep. And baby, just one request, keep me in your dream. And I'm wondering, oh, sweet darling, what did I do to deserve you? What did I say to make your angel eyes turn my way? If only I had the world, I'd give it all to you, babe. If only I had the world, I'd give it all to you, babe.
Go sinya uli di sombranza mak e zuita saluda antes de niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo el memu a nogi distancia como kupugi palu Zangiman malak guafi Ikonum nasugi airi Prebatu la noci Nai banderata gaigi Pues atan fanni bandera Kau esta pagua pumalalapa Giluk tanu man libri Sentamiti man ko badi
Chamoru Puritanota Kanzai Matsuno Nyagitoru Iluga Paraiona Parai Gloria Abiba Isla Senpai Senpai
One of my fave jams. Rick Hernandez and the boys, the Youthful Elders. Don't forget your roots. Good morning. Good morning on you. Good morning, Joe, sir. Welcome to the link here. May the 4th be with you. It's May 4th.
Chris, I am not your father.
Thank God.
But yeah, can you imagine that?
621.
I think in that case you probably would you would not
argue.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's Tuesday, May 4th, 2021. The link proudly brought to you by East West Rental, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and our friends at Jack in the Box, where on May the 4th, get some sauce and loaded curly fries for just $3. Triple cheddar. They got slow smoked bacon and the spicy pepper jack. Yep.
How are you guys celebrating the 4th of May, the unofficial Star Wars Day? There's a lot going on.
Right.
There's a lot going on locally too.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just surprised Star Wars is, like so many things from our youth, is still around today.
Were you more Star Wars or Star Trek?
Star Wars. Star Trek.
Landon yesterday made it absolutely clear. He is way more Mr. Spock.
There's no comparison.
Star Wars, right?
Yeah, Star Wars.
But Star Trek was like if you were in...
Star Trek's basically like the space military.
Yeah, and we
right?
know how you feel about the military, so I guess that explains that. But I've even seen in church groups,
yeah,
they show Star Wars and they're like, this is a story of conflicted son, typical trope is a young person, his destiny's revealed to him. It's basically initially rejects it and then accepts his hero's journey.
It's a mashup of so many classic legends and mythology and yeah. So anyway, it's May the 4th, guys, and if you don't get it, it's May the 4th. Be with you, like the Force, like Star Wars.
Yeah.
That's where they got that. It's 6:22. Good morning.
And as big as that news is, we have some
bigger news.
Much bigger news that you really got to pay attention to.
Right.
So.
Well, we're getting Chima Mbakwan, the Chief Public Health Officer of the island of Guam.
And we can't get him on fast enough this morning.
Yeah, he's coming on at 9, guys, so synchronize your watches. As the big news came out, what time last night, Jay?
10:58, we got that announcement from our friends at Adeloop. I saw that came in.
10:58, 3 samples confirm the presence of the UK variant on Guam.
3 out of 4, too, so they sent 4 of them, and 75% of them did test positive.
Right, and these test samples were taken
between January and April.
Right, of this year, right? So this is the news that kind of came out. In accordance with public health protocols, these travelers were isolated in the government isolation facility. Additionally, all close contacts of these travelers were quarantined in the QFAC for 14 days before being transferred into the community. This is the second variant that's been identified locally, as back in March, the California variant was confirmed in 7 out of 26 samples. So there you go. Everybody who was stressing about the variants being here, coming here, infecting us, you don't need to stress anymore. They're here, right? There's no more anxiety. Now we can move into the acceptance mode. Right, sir? I don't want you guys to stress because you're getting gray. I'm getting gray hair. Oh, my God, is the variant here? Which variant is here? Oh, which one's more contagious? Oh, the California variant? No, that's the chill one. They're okay. California's about to open. Must not be that bad. Oh, how about the India variant? Is there an India variant? I don't know. What about the UK variant? The UK variant's very polite. It has tea and crumpets before it transmits itself to you.
However, what we do know from our friends in the medical community, right, and we'll reiterate what's been told, like Dr. Felix Cabrera said, the UK variant is significantly more contagious.
Right.
But he was saying at the time, what we knew is you don't seem to get any sicker. I mean, so with coronavirus, you don't want to get it because it can make you quite ill, but
quite ill. That's quite an understatement.
Yeah, and the UK variant is more contagious, but you get about the same level of sick.
Right. Let's just go to the CDC website here about the variants. This is the B. Wait, what is this again? This is the UK variant.
I know, and they've got this classification system.
B117.
Yeah.
It was first identified in the U.S. in December 2020. So this is a pretty new variant. It was initially, obviously, detected in the U.K. The virus, well, viruses, all of them, constantly change through mutation. New variants of a virus are expected to occur over time. Sometimes new variants emerge and disappear. Other times new variants emerge and persist. Multiple variants of the virus that caused COVID-19 have been documented in the U.S. and globally during this pandemic. What does it mean for Guam? Well, Chima Mbakwam is the Chief Public Health Officer, so he's going to be coming on at 9. You just Google it, UK variant, guys. There's some stories here. COVID-19, Auckland woman gasping for air 5 months after catching the UK variant. Yeah. There's an article in the Wall Street Journal. Vaccines counter it. So there's an article here. UK COVID-19 variants hold in the U.S. as silver lining. The vaccines counter it. So, yeah, we'll find out where it is and then how concerning is it.
I would just recommend, I mean, like Chris said, I mean, if you want to find out like a little bit about it, Google, maybe hit like the first, maybe 2, maybe 3, like of the top search results and everything like that. Don't go down a rabbit hole, because if you've ever, if you sneeze twice before and then you go on WebMD, you can
it's
you
terminal.
You can get really, really freaked out. And
Yeah.
So Chima's coming on at 9. He's going to have the information like you want to know, and we'll ask him the right questions.
Yeah, we will.
And you can put your questions in the comments, certainly. And
he's
always good about answering.
He is. So he's coming on. We want to get an update on the contact tracing, the cluster investigation that's going on, because the doctors said that it's going to be another couple weeks before they kind of are able to read accurately the impact and the spread related to these clusters that they announced the week before last, right? So it's already been a week.
I was actually surprised at when the Joint Information Center reports come out, and they do a good job of breaking down, like the numbers and the stats and everything like that. And I remember a couple weeks ago, Janella Carrera, the PIO from Public Health, was telling us that the results from the cluster testing wouldn't be ready until maybe like the midweek or the mid part of last week. I'm actually surprised in the JIC report they haven't like broken those down and even anonymously just said, these include people that were tested from the Subaki Tower cluster, or these include people that were tested from, the basketball cluster or whatnot.
I'm just looking at this because Rosemary Laguardia commented, and is this a variant of concern or a variant of interest?
They did not indicate that, but that's a really good
point,
question,
Rosemary. See, Rosemary pays attention because the California variant was what again?
It was of interest.
Of interest, not concerned. We're interested in you, but not concerned, really. But hey, what's up, California variant?
However, I'm going to read like a lot of these once we start doing news. But in the information release that came out last night, they really emphasized what we got to do, and I'll go over all that. Right. None of this is new information, by the way, about staying away from people that don't feel well, and washing your hands, that whole thing.
I know it's tiring, guys. It's tiring, but just keep doing it. Okay. Patricia Dormal Isaac, first one in this morning on our Facebook Live feed. Good AM. Good AM on you. Jay Naren Hoffday from Washington State. Bev Test, Jay Solis, Buenas Tautau KUAMs, and Marianas. Roxana Camber writes Hoffday from Honolulu.
Hey, aloha.
Whole cause. Angel Pete, Quintanilla Castro, good morning, family and KUAM News. Have a good day. Be safe.
You know what's actually interesting about Honolulu is we've had a handful of reporters that have been from Hawaii here over the years.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, all the reporters that we ever had at KUAM, they all wind up in Punch Bowl in Honolulu. Like they all just like live there. I mean, I don't think it's like a deliberate thing, but
cool.
Yeah, Glenn Wakai was a former, like Guam reporter, and now he's
Stephanie
a senator.
Lum? Was Stephanie Lum?
Yeah, Stephanie Lum is there, and Steph's family's house is in Punch Bowl.
JG Timing Low writes, Buenas todos again in Hawaii. Yeah, so Hawaii represent this morning.
808-671.
Fatima Baxter, good morning on you. Tammy Mendiola, good morning. Guahan Chamarita Regis again from the beautiful hillside of Sinahanya. Jose Faji Hofday, beautiful people.
Which, by the way, in Sinahanya yesterday, Mayor Robert Hoffman said he was delightfully surprised at how strong the turnout was for their vaccination clinic, the village-based one.
Right.
And there is one today in Mongmong Tuktumaiti.
Right, and Jay's got all that coming up on the news. Doris and Nicholas, good morning. KUM News Team, be safe. Mama Bear Debbie Davis, good morning. Joy Rivera Woodward, good morning, KUM. Link crew.
Should we tell Mama Bear about what Joser's idea was?
Which one?
He said he just realized this right now. He goes, and Joser was like, you guys, we should make a remix of Betty Davis Eyes, but make it Debbie Davis Eyes.
He a day.
And this is a professional DJ right here. He can make that happen.
He could.
He's done a mashup or two in his day.
Joy writes in, good morning, KUM Link crew, to all the fans and listeners. Biba Mental Health Awareness, Biba Senior Citizens Month, Biba Star Wars, May the 4th. That's covering all the bases. Yeah, and so...
Okay, so wait, are you with the rebellion or are you with the empire?
Ooh.
That is a question today.
This morning, as part of Mental Health Awareness Month, 8:30, Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center. We're getting Jesse Libby, who's the project director of Project Link, Tyrone Bryan, the interim administrator for Child and Adolescent Services Division, and Ovita Paris, psychiatric social worker too. Basically, they're talking about mental health awareness for kids. That's right. There's no doubt kids have been affected by this pandemic. I mean, even before this pandemic, we were talking about mental issues with the youth. And so they're going to come on and talk about some of the warning signs, some of the symptoms, and some of the ways that you can get help with GIBWIC. And then we're getting Senator Sabina Perez in, procurement chair. She keeps coming on because there's all these issues with procurement. And the latest one is this. It's kind of turned into a little back and forth between the public auditor and attorney general. And this is relative to this company, SH Enterprises, that has a food service contract with the government of Guam. And then they allowed the use of their building, the old Hakapatan building, for the War Claims Processing Center. Then there was no charge. So the public auditor said, hey, that's a gift. Chief Procurement Officer at first said, no, it's not. It's a donation. But then after they provided the use of that building, they won another bid. And so the public auditor had said they shouldn't be able to bid on any government of Guam projects. Chief Procurement Officer disagreed. The AG weighed in and said, hey, that's not your area of authority, public auditor. So that was like the Cliff Notes version. And we're getting Senator Sabina in because apparently there is going to be an oversight hearing. And this whole thing started with Senator Tello Taitagui kind of raising some questions. So we're kind of procurement nerds here on the link. So anytime there's an issue with procurement, which seems to be happening quite often, we'll get the senator on and talk about it. Because remember, they've been trying to reform the procurement, and we've been discussing issues with the emergency procurement, the sole source, and all that stuff. I mean, it's been one of the top topics during this pandemic.
You know who I'd really love to hear from with his perspective on this?
Yeah.
And you know who I'm going to say?
John Brown?
John Brown, the man
Yep.
who literally wrote the book on Guam procurement.
Yeah.
And I wonder if he's either... Okay, from my vantage point, I'm thinking he either has one of three reactions, right? He's either chomping at the bit to get involved and just saying, like, look, there's some major problems with this. I have intimate knowledge of how this should work. Let me get involved. Let me right the ship, and we'll do this thing right. Or he's basically like sitting back being like, wow, this is crazy. And, you know, like
I think he's sitting back like, wow, the law is pretty clear.
Or like they say, you know, in antiquity, right? As
Yeah.
when Rome burned, Nero played a funeral. He's just sitting back and is like, wow, let me watch, let me watch this battle ensue. Or, he's just...
No, I think he's trying to sound the alarm.
I would think so, because,
Yeah.
that's something that he takes with great pride, and he told us, you know.
But
That's his
but
thing.
I think part of the issue is that the attorney general has kind of shown this like reluctance to really hold the administration accountable. It's almost like remember back when they had an appointed attorney general and there were all these issues because the appointed attorney general was beholden to the governor and didn't like hold the governor accountable and just basically like rubber stamped everything the governor did. To me, I feel like that's kind of sort of what's going on now is you don't really see a lot of dissenting opinion from this attorney general when it comes to things this administration does. I mean, we saw with the Chamorro Land Trust, right? They were discussing all these personnel issues in executive session. The AG came out and said, "Oh, that's okay."
And
yet, when they were doing it in the previous administration and talking about raises, which I think is more clearly covered in the law, it was, of course, it was an issue.
It is interesting to get it from John Brown's perspective too, because he can say he's like, GovGuam procurement's supposed to work in a certain way by the book.
Yeah.
You know how I would know?
Literally.
I wrote it.
He did, yeah. So when we get him on here, and maybe
That's
I will.
pretty authoritative.
Maybe we will get him on here. But it's like a deep dive, guys, because this guy, like Jay says, he literally wrote the book on government procurement.
Yeah, you can find it on Amazon right now if you're interested. I mean, if our interviews have piqued your interest of
literally wrote the book.
Yeah, you can just look it up on Amazon, John
Right.
Brown.
Yeah, and so when he comes on, it's always like a deep dive into procurement law, which, I mean, you got to put on your reading glasses just to listen to this discussion.
But he is also the instructor, I believe, at GCC for the class that should be, or that they're trying to make it required,
right?
Or is it required?
Right. But there's been just so many issues with the procurement. I mean, another issue with this procurement, emergency and otherwise, is you'll see like some vendors will get paid right away, and other ones will be like, "Hey, what are I going to?" And so we saw this again during the pandemic with the clinics. Remember, the clinics were deputized by the governor as tier 2 response clinics for the COVID response. She basically said, "Hey, remember?" And she come out. It was a little bit like the first part of the pandemic. She came out. She was addressing, I think, one of the medical associations, and she said, "I can take over your clinic.
I was there.
I can tell you what to do and all that stuff." And then so she didn't take over anyone's clinic, but she did say, "Hey, you guys are going to have to do this for the response and this for and they ended up eventually getting paid. But what had happened was it took so long, and these clinics were eating the cost of this COVID response, but they didn't want to make any noise about it because they were so scared that it was going to become a situation that we see with the governor and the bars where you piss off the governor and good luck getting anything done, And so I'd always say, hey, let's go on the link and let's talk about you guys aren't getting paid. Because, I mean, yeah, they were deputized as part of the COVID-19 response, but that's a cost that they incur. And so they were supposed to be reimbursed at the very least by the government, the administration, the government of Guam. But they were like, oh, no, we don't want to make noise. We don't want to complain about it. And so, yeah, they eventually got paid. But while that was happening, everybody who was like buddy with the governor and Lou and Josh, they were getting paid like no problem. And I think you see this because there was something that, and it's going to be coming out, there's something I saw on the web yesterday as Attorney Mike Phillips has filed a claim against this administration for attorney's fees for the Dave Davis case and the Chamorro Land Trust cases. Of course, Dave Davis, he picked that up from Attorney Julian Uggan, and then there was a stateside firm that we had hired. I believe it was an appeal to the Supreme Court, which, of course, you guys know how that ended. And then with the Chamorro Land Trust, right, the Department of Justice was ready to kill this program, and it was Attorney Phillips with the AG's help that was able to kind of snatch it from the clutches of death. But it was interesting to read this government claim because it talks about all these meetings that the governor and the AG had with Attorney Phillips about these cases in which it was expressly said that, yeah, hey, we're going to pay you this, we're going to pay you that. And so I think it's funny. It's kind of a tale of two instances, if you will, where if you're in, then you get paid like the day before you even do the work. But if you're somehow on the outs, then good luck with that. So that's something we'll be following, of course, very closely. Procurement is always interesting to me. 6:39, Tuesday, May 4th. Let's go ahead and get into the news now with the very latest from the KUAM news team. For the Off-Island, Sabrina Salas-Matanani, Jason Salas, good morning.
All right, thanks, Chris, and good morning, Guam. As we've been talking about so far, 39 minutes into the show, late last night, the Joint Information Center did report that 3 of 4 samples of the UK variant have been confirmed on Guam. That variant is considered a more highly transmissible variant of coronavirus, with the samples coming from travelers tested at GovGuam's quarantine facility. Now, these travelers were isolated in the government facility, and all close contacts to these travelers were properly quarantined at the facility for 14 days. This is, of course, as you know, the second variant that's been identified locally, as back in March, the California variant that Chris was talking about was confirmed itself in 7 samples. Thus, you are strenuously reminded to practice good hygiene and social distancing. Again, these are not new things, so just to remind you, you need to do these. You want to remain home if you're sick, and please make sure to stay away from those who happen to be ill. You also want to stay at least 6 feet apart from those outside your home. You should wash your hands often with soap and warm water for at least 20 seconds. And if you happen to be visiting elderly family members, continue to practice social distancing, once again, at least 6 feet. Well, on that note, the COVID area risk score, the very popular CAR score, has risen to 0.9 after maintaining a 0.7 position for 4 straight days. On Monday, 8 new positive cases out of 543 samples were confirmed. 95 cases. People on Guam are currently isolated, and the number of hospitalized people on Guam has risen to 7. Overall, 66,000 Guamanians have received the coronavirus vaccination. Down in the south later today, 500 bags of free food will be available for Inalahan's constituents only. The Food Commodities Distribution Program continues today, Tuesday, at the Village Mayor's office. Now, this is interesting because it's going to be from 4 in the evening until 9 p.m., or while supplies last. So far, a Southern Familia down in Inalahan, you will be able to pick up food commodities packages from 4 p.m. to 9. Chris, we got Mayor TC coming on later on today, right?
Actually, as administrative assistant,
okay.
Tariko Mantanoni will come on with.
Okay, well, the Inalahan Mayor's office will be here. They're going to talk about their food commodities program and other things. So again, Inalahan Mayor's office, 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. if you would like to receive a food commodities package. Public Health Immunization Program placed an order of 22,230 doses of the Pfizer vaccine and 10,500 doses of Moderna for nearly 33,000 COVID vaccines for the month of May. The vaccines ordered are expected to arrive on island within 3 to 5 business days. Remember, we've been telling you there are a variety of ways where you can get tested and receive the vaccine. Today, from 9 to 12, over at the old Carnival Grounds in Tejan, there is free drive-through COVID testing, so make sure to check that out from 9 to 12. Also in Mongmong Totomaiti, there is community testing. That's also from 9 to 3 today, so please make sure to take advantage of that. All right, now let's go back to the newsroom where Isaiah Uggan is standing by, and he has your Tuesday morning link update.
Hafa good morning, Guam, Guahusi, Isaiah Uggan, and with your headlines here on the link. After nearly 2 weeks of being on the run, the man wanted by police is finally in custody. 33-year-old Eric Roy DeCastro was arrested Monday. DeCastro was wanted related to an ongoing Tamuning burglary investigation. According to Guam Police Department spokesperson Sergeant Paul Tapao, on March 31st, detectives executed a search warrant at a home on Estrelita Street in Tamuning. As a result, items listed under the burglary investigation were located and confiscated. 10 days later, GPD issued the wanted flyer from DeCastro, and then on April 27th, an arrest warrant came down for DeCastro. Monday morning, he was apprehended by Superior Court marshals at Tamuning residence. He was confined at the Department of Corrections. The minor female victim of sexual assault testified this afternoon in former Airman Louis Anthony John Vargas' trial. It was day 4 of trial for Vargas. He faces numerous counts of criminal sexual conduct as a first-degree felony for allegedly sexually abusing a female minor known to him. The alleged incident occurred at a Manila residence on July 26, 2018. At the time, the victim was 9 years old. Now at the age of 12 years old, she was brought forward as a government witness and testified her recollections of the abuse. This trial is ongoing. A recent uptick in COVID infections prompted the governor to announce Friday that she would be pushing back her May 1st plan to lift quarantine restrictions. GVB President Carl Gutierrez says it was not totally unexpected, but by the tourism industry.
I know that the industry is kind of disappointed, but the community may not be disappointed. I think they want to be able to feel safe themselves, and I believe the governor did right by making sure that although we're going to be disappointed here at GVB and the visitors industry, she's got to be able to make sure that the community she serves is taken care of first. And
the visitor industry was looking forward to an easing of travel restrictions, but Gutierrez says they support the need for the public to further buckle down.
They're not necessarily angry because they know that it won't be sustainable if we open up too early without people really putting their own responsibilities frontline. So they're not angry because in their hearts and their minds, they know that disappointment, but it's up to us now to let's get back on track for May 15, as she pronounced. And I know that we're at 0.7 right now in our car score, and I hope we can bring that down.
The governor pushed back the lifting of quarantine for at least another 2 weeks to May 15th. Public Auditor B.J. Cruz is sticking to his position that the SH company should be debarred for a year from receiving any more government contracts for letting the administration use its Hagabaton building for 2 weeks for war claims processing. Cruz says as a former member of the War Claims Commission, he of all people supports the war reparations effort, but he believes it was wrong for SH to do the governor a favor after just receiving a lucrative $3.7 million deal.
In spite of how magnanimous and gracious that gift was, it cannot and should not continue. And vendors have got to stop doing that because it looks bad.
The Brazil company, a competitor of SH, filed a protest over the catering contract, but it was immediately dismissed by GSA Chief Procurement Officer Claudia Afaji. Cruz is challenging the position that he has overstepped his bounds.
We're not going to let them get away with the reading that the OPA can only review a debarment, but we should also be able to review a denial of a debarment if there is basis for that. And in this case, 3 weeks after the office opened, they got a $5.9 million contract to deal with. And so it just looked bad and it smelled bad. And this practice has to stop so that people feel comfortable about procurement.
Cruz argues if the OPA has the power to review a debarment, it should also be able to review a decision not to debar. That's the news for now. We'll see you all tonight at 6 on Primetime.
Staying with local news, our own Jonah Goncharfis has a special series that she is showing every week in May, shining the light on female entrepreneurs who have started thriving companies, and Joan is showing you their success. Here's the first installment of our new series, Mamapreneurs.
Mamapreneurs is presented to you by Denny's. Guam's diner is always open. For friends and founders of Picasso Nenny's, Nicole Coco Manabusin and Daraya Dar Calvo, it was about 2 years ago these stay-at-home moms saw a need for outdoor activities for kids, families, and for the community, especially with the island being so incredibly beautiful. Picasso Nenny's came to fruition in May of 2019.
We are pretty much a pop-up shop, and we hold events around Guam for families and our community to come together. We've been getting a positive response from both parents and kids. Parents are expressing their thanks for creating this space to come and bring their kids where all the tools are provided to do whatever they are there to do, whether it's to paint, to hike, or to create flower crowns. All the tools are provided. The parents just need to bring their kids and kind of just watch over them while Dara and I host the class.
The Mama-owned business has held events at some of Guam's historical landmarks, to include Plaza de España and Serena Park, where kids and even adults can be inspired by the beauty and culture that surrounds them.
Dara and I try and come up with a theme for each event. So our last theme was Earth Day event. We wanted to kind of be surrounded by green trees and just a natural shade of Guam, the canopy. So Laddystone Park was the perfect location. So far, it's our favorite location because it just provides all that shade for the kids and roam around, and it's blocked off so that they're kind of in a little protected area.
As for how they manage balancing family life and work life, the two believe it definitely works out.
Being a mom is a task in itself, but I feel that it's all at home. So our support system at home is really what pushes us to do better, to be better, and to be able to do the things that we're doing. So I don't think that Picasso Nenny's would be where it's at today without our support system at home, which is our other halves and our kids and our moms and dads, our families. So I think that that's where it's at.
These multitasking mamas are extremely grateful for the support of the community.
Thank the community for, making it all worth it, because after every event, we look at each other, we're like, that was so much fun. We can't wait for the next one. And it's really you guys who help us create these ideas and motivate us to do more and be better. So thank you, God, family, Guam, Viva Guam.
As for advice they have for those mothers out there that are perhaps sitting on an idea or a venture that they want to pursue,
don't be afraid to try and pursue your goals and your dreams. The hardest part is just doing it, starting it, planning it. I'm so lucky enough to have such an awesome partner to do it with. So maybe if you're a little hesitant or scared, you can go out and find someone who wants to venture or who wants to partner in that venture with you. And you guys will make each other stronger, bring out the best in each other. And yeah, just do it and don't be afraid of the challenges because that's what helps you grow and succeed.
Mamapreneurs is presented to you by Denny's. Guam's Diner is always open. Mamapreneurs is presented to you by Denny's. Guam's Diner is always open.
Want to get you up to speed on what's happening to our friends and family in the mainland now as new COVID infections are down in 23 states and more than 100 million Americans are now fully vaccinated. But in 5 of the states in the union, infections are increasing, including over in Oregon, where that state's governor has put some restrictions back in place to stop the spread.
At the Portland International Airport, staffers are working to vaccinate as many people as possible, the best weapon, Oregon officials believe, against the latest COVID surge. Dr. Renee Edwards is Chief Medical Officer at Oregon Health and Science University.
It's hard to see another surge coming now, especially since so many of the hospitalized patients now are younger and requiring the most intensive interventions.
Throughout much of the pandemic, Oregon managed to keep its cases and death numbers low. But over the past 5 weeks, new infections have climbed more than 20% each week. And in the past week, hospitalizations have nearly doubled. State health officials have determined the UK variant, now the dominant strain in the U.S., is one of the factors driving the increase.
We believe that the variants are making people sicker and are spreading more rapidly. So exactly why the variants are traveling this way in Oregon, I can't say, but definitely is concerning.
So concerning, Governor Kate Brown reinstated restrictions, including limiting gym capacity and banning indoor dining.
It's been numbing at this point. We've taken blow after blow.
Brian McMenamin, who owns several Oregon restaurants, feels that businesses like his are being unfairly punished.
All the rules and regulations, the 6 feet of distancing, the mask, all that stuff, we've been doing a great job at it. So this going backwards doesn't seem like the right option right now.
And the governor says she hopes to fully reopen the state by July 1st. In the meantime, $20 million will be given to businesses impacted by these closures. Jonathan Vigliotti, CBS News, Salem, Oregon.
Something to think about. All right, and now let's get you up to speed on what is happening around the island in Guam's native tongue. Here's Uncle King Conception with your Chamorro News Update, brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank.
Buenos dias, dia sumtong ifinot sa Moro bindi KUAM News da pinalinuzin ni Familia Mizo di First Hawaiian Bank. Después de cana 2 semanas na tempo na escapado de polícia magasa dos últimos sa maresta gi lunes si Eric De Castro, 33 anos na edad. Maliligaw si De Castro sa pag-investigasyon niya ay polisiya pod adzi mahatmi sa masakin na guma gi sa tamuning. Sigon si Paul Tapao, spokesman para GPD, gidar 31 gimatso makonsiga di search warrant giun guma gi Estrelita Street gi sa tamuning. Masoda después artikulo ng kosas siya ni pareho na di siya mapasalista entry sa investigasyon sa may madgay kosas. Gidas dias na tempo manahuzong ni polisiya di tablero ni mais pipe si De Castro, pes gidia 27 gi abril manahuzong di warrant arrestao para si De Castro. Ginikap na ogan na magasa si De Castro ni marshals gin na Superior Court gi gima gi sa tamuning. Makadadalo gi DOC. Masasunto ginikoti at si menor de edad na Palawan no biktima ng sexual assault sa tumistigo gitaloan ni ginikap gi na trial ginin airman Luis Anthony John Vargas. Ginikap sa imena 4 dias na trial si Vargas. Zafafana multitude ay nasaki pod conduct ng criminal bus ni no primek grado na felony sa pud-abuson bus ni un menor de edad na Palawan ni atungo Masusedi adso giung guba gi sa Mangilaw gi 26 gi Hulyo gi 2018 na sakan anay 9 anos sa edad niya Palawan. Bago no esta 12 anos si Padgon mana testigo para gobernamento za hasutati za sangan todi na busan Vargas kontra Guiza. Makontinue ay trial niya si Vargas at temafakpo. Yotro sunto Sa perinatisan ni kausan positibo gi COVID na pesti, anunsya gobyerno gi betnis na paroditeni na di plano ni para manatsuha isenrektu na reglamentong kinarentina gidia uno gi maju. Ilang ang presidente ni Guam Visitors Bureau si Carl Gutierrez na mentras mananang gatay gwini gi industrial tourism kalaman desganaw di adyo na industry lo komunidad sa Puente Ahi. Ilang na 20 man malago ay komunidad no manatsiguro naman safut siya sa gobyerno sa denansi bidanya. Zaman man desganaw siya di gi GVB, debi magahaga doon na siguro na 60 finene na itaw-tawta. Mananang gani industrong binisita para Libya di gobyerno irektong bumweta. No ilang na si Guterres at sa paputi gobyerno masan nesesita na itaw-tawta dahil siya mas. Gobyerno sa tsonik tati na liban kanarentina esta 2 semana na tempo para diakin sige manso. Yuto mo, ilista na mano finene na para magasta di 164 milyon pesos gini federal para inasiste ni isla gini pesti sa siyempre fato gilamasanya gobyerno gitafta pago na semana. Speaker para legislatura si Teresa Lahi sa sangan mas gadzi lang niya gimapos na business. Ilang niya gwihin na gitafta gisimana hananaw gikarte gobyerno niya request mas informasyon ni podhafa na pati gwihin na salapi mapromete para makomite para ayan sa siya. Pero mas klaro hafa para matsogwi ino it mas preciso siya na artikulo. Ilang niya na mentas sa segugon mo na David Ufan manai mas informasyon in sigidas para matungo hafa gini islata dyan gini ni federal. Ilang niya mas na milago niya sa pero na siguro na isalapeta dyan isalapi federal giibali na manera para ufato dyan usep bitori tawbahan. Mamaysan magahaga no ilista na ufato gati gizagwiza gimapos na business di atyan tagi-ebrit. Inayan na pero fanali sa timanunun siya trabiya. I asunto gifinut sa moro sa nina fafatu ang pinalinunudzi ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank para Guam News Network, Guausikin Conception.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Family platter of fried chicken? Check. Tray of red rice? Check. Birthday cake? Check. 1 case of water? Check. 12-pack of beer? Check. 2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam On Demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too. Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC. After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
KUAM Communications and Denny's Guam presents Mamapreneurs, a special multi-platform series throughout the month of May showcasing mothers who are also local entrepreneurs in our community. In commemoration of Mother's Day, during weekdays in May, we'll feature daily profiles of these multitasking mamas and their businesses. Additionally, on KUAM News Primetime every Monday in May, we'll showcase a different enterprising mamapreneur. Check out our online directory of all these businesses as well on KUAM.com. And if you know a mamapreneur we should feature, send us a message on social media or email executiveproducer@kuam.com. Mamapreneurs is brought to you by Denny's. Guam's Diner is always open.
It's Dirty Politics, weekly on the link, live on location. Every week, Chris and Sabrina will interview different political leaders out in the field to address environmental problems in our community. See firsthand how illegal dumps, littering, and other issues are plaguing our beautiful island and what's being done to help. Part of our Sustainability Matters campaign for Earth Month, in partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI. The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the field, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly email newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
You know the spirit of the islands gets you feeling irie inside. You know what I mean? Don't tell me what you mean, so sit back, relax, and feel alright. Check it out. Just shoot. Cruising down to Mon, checking out all the clubs. See the pretty ladies on the street, yeah. So pretty you fall in love. Island girls, everywhere you go. You gotta give shouts out to our local girls. A little island out in the sea. Short drives everywhere. That's fine with me.
We'll make you feel all right. It'll make you feel mad. It'll make you feel sad. Make you feel glad. Make you feel pissed off. Yep, we try and cover all the bases here. As we were just Googling the UK variant. Because we saw that story, that national story that you just aired, Jay, about the Oregon situation.
Yeah, and they're saying a lot of the cases stem from the UK variant.
Right.
Which I believe they said is the dominant variant now in the States.
Right. And so, yeah, if you just Google it, there is also an Indian variant, guys. And remember, we just sent samples off from there was a couple doctors who had traveled to India, come back to Guam, had their negative test, were given the essential exemption, and subsequently got ill and tested positive for COVID. And so they sent those samples off to the CDC to find out if they're the Indian variant. But the UK variant, which we just were able to confirm late last night, there are 3 cases So they sent off how many samples, Jay? 3 of 4.
Three of 4.
4 samples, 3 came back positive for the UK variant, which is B.1.1.7. That's its scientific name, I guess. 2 new studies, published studies, found no evidence that people infected with B.1.1.7 experience worse symptoms or heightened risk of developing long COVID compared to those infected with a different COVID-19 strain. However, viral load and R number, the R naught thing, were higher for a B.1.1.7. And the R naught, that's the transmissibility and contagiousness of it.
I believe so. Yeah.
Adding to growing evidence that it is more transmissible than the first strain detected in Wuhan, China. The emergence of new variants, including B.1.1.7, bingo, has raised concerns that they could spread more easily and be more deadly, and that vaccines developed based on the original strain might be less effective against them. Preliminary data on B.1.1.7 indicates that it is indeed more transmissible, with some evidence suggesting it could also be associated with increased hospitalizations and deaths.
But what was also interesting in that CBS story that we showed was they were also saying in Oregon, apparently there's an alarming growing number of cases from young people.
Right. Hospitalizations from younger people who they're saying are requiring a pretty intense level of care.
Yeah.
Right.
Which is interesting because out here they said possibly, I believe the next age demographic they're thinking of trying to get vaccinated are 15 to 12, right? I've heard that been discussed. Obviously, it's not official yet.
Right, yeah.
That
They're
might
discussing
happen.
it, yeah. Yeah, but, we're very fortunate in terms of our vaccination rate, right? I know when we were clowning yesterday on how we reached the path to half, but you still got to go to quarantine. But really, one thing that sets us apart from when you watch a story like this, Oregon, 3-4 months ago, that could be us in a heartbeat. But if what they're telling us holds true, then we're in a better spot because of the high number of vaccinations we had. But I still think there's enough people out there who are in between doses or haven't been vaccinated that it could create an issue with spread of COVID. And with this UK variant, we got 3 or 4 samples back, but I wish we had the technology to test for that kind of thing here, because it almost feels like by the time we send it off to the CDC and we get it back, it's like, okay, well, what do we do with this information?
And proportionally, we should have more of our adult population vaccinated, because I know in that story I read, let's see, they said there's over 100 million Americans that are now vaccinated.
Right.
Hey, Google, what is the population of the United States? Oh, 328
Right.
million. So that's about a third. So
I even saw a story that people in the States, the Americans, they aren't coming back for their second dose. There's something like over 5 million, right, have not come back for their second dose. But anyway, what I was trying to say was with Oregon, right, they don't have a half. Their governor wasn't as clever as our governor to come up with path to half, right? So, yeah, they're probably nowhere near our vaccination rate, which means they're way more at risk, again, if you believe the science, of being impacted by this UK strain, right?
Yeah, they already said they're not going to open up. At the end of
Well,
that
they
story,
killed
said
indoor dining over there.
Total full indoor dining.
Right, yeah.
Nothing's allowed, and they said they're going to not reopen the state until July 1st.
So I don't know.
That's real.
I don't know with you guys, because we had former Governor Carl on yesterday, and the way he put it, he was like, yeah, the businesses are disappointed. When are they not, though? They've been disappointed this whole pandemic. I'm not saying it's not justified. I'm just saying it's facts. But he said the community probably supports the governor's decision to not reopen the island. So I'm wondering, with this new information that's come out, that, yeah, we've got these clusters. Yeah, we're trying to contact trace. Yes, we've seen an increase in the number of positives. With this new information that some of these cases could be the UK variant. They could be. They could not be. But if it's that transmissible, and we've already had 3 samples confirmed to come back, does that mean it's out in the community, or were they able to stop the spread in quarantine? Because these were cases that were caught in quarantine, right? is what I think the release said, that they were caught in the government quarantine facility.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Thanks. Okay. Yeah, so that's what we're thinking about this morning, guys.
My eyesight is so bad these days.
Right on.
Yeah.
It's 7:10. Let's head to the phones. Whoa, a phone call. Oh, my God. What are we doing?
Old school.
Yeah. I don't even know how to work this thing anymore. We have Tatuha Mayor Luis Rivera, I believe. I think she's on the line, on the telephone line. Mayor, are you there?
Yes, I am. How's the day, Chris?
It's working, guys. Thank you. We're testing out this old technology called the telephone. Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
Thanks for joining us. Let's just get right into it. So you have a neighborhood watch meeting going on tomorrow. Is that tomorrow, Mayor?
Yes, tomorrow evening at 6:30 p.m. in the Tamuning Community and Senior Center.
Let's talk about neighborhood watch and just, I guess, the state of crime in Tatuha, Tamuning, Tumon, Harmon. What prompted this calling of this neighborhood watch meeting? Has there been an increase in crime in the villages?
Well, we try to have a quarterly meeting. We were doing that quarterly, but then because of the pandemic, everything was put on hold. GPD wasn't coming out. They weren't able to be at the meetings and to hold it. And so with us in the community, we continue to work every day, and are seeing the rise in crime, and so I was really happy that Sergeant Tapao was able to give me a date and to have our meeting to start it up again. We've been having different government meetings in our center, the Mayor's Council of Guam meetings, and then other town hall meetings, different issues to address, as long as we continue to wear our mask and social distance and, do the temperature checks. The center is big enough to keep everybody, apart and, to do the social distancing. So they agreed to come out, and, we have it scheduled for tomorrow. This WhatsApp chat group, for the Neighborhood Crime Watch has been very successful in, sharing information, things that are going on their streets or in the neighborhood. And so, now we just want to bring these issues up, with Guam Police Department, and find, to help us have, to share information on how we can keep our island and community safe. And so, there have been many people asking for this meeting. When can we meet? We also tried to do it on Zoom. We have a wonderful commander in our precinct, with GPD, who's, always responding, so things are going great, and we want to just make sure that all our issues get addressed. And so, we hope that everyone does come out tomorrow, and especially all those that are concerned and have their questions. They want to, there's people that need to see each other face to face, to get their answers. They don't want to just do it over the phone.
Right.
So, we do have this meeting scheduled for tomorrow at 6:30.
I mean, what's going on, though, Mayor? I mean, I know I asked, the crime is up, but what type of crime are you guys seeing?
Well, the most recent ones that we had, there was a posting about, a jogger being attacked. At the end, I believe it's from squatters, and this is in the
Yeah. So this was in Tumon. I saw this on WhatsApp. I wasn't able to independently confirm it, but you're confirming that then, Mayor? That let me just tell the WhatsApp what it got. There was an individual running in Tumon, broad daylight, and they were attacked by was it around the plaza area, Mayor?
Around that parking garage.
Right.
across the church. That's from what I saw, and so the thing is I was really surprised that it wasn't brought to my
Sorry, Mayor.
attention.
Sorry. So across the church, the Tumon Church, San Vittore's, and you're talking about that parking garage area, the infamous.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and so it wasn't brought to my attention, but I'm on so many different WhatsApp chat groups, and that people were reposting, something that came out on Facebook, and so I called the family of the individual and their mayor.
Yeah. So this is a relative of Gagne Heights Mayor Paul McDonald.
Yes. And so, I was reaching out to him to see, if he was okay and, to get information in regards to this. And then, and then it was confirmed this morning, too, that that it was not, he did not report it to the Guam Police Department. So it was just all that information circulating on WhatsApp.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so
I mean, but Mayor, in a situation like that, where you're running, and then and so again, what happened allegedly was this guy was running in Tumon. These individuals popped out of nowhere. I think took a swing at him, and then were trying to attack him with was it a stick or something, Mayor?
I'm not sure exactly what they had and how they attacked him and all that. That's what I wanted to talk to this person that was attacked, but I was just informed that he's okay. He was able to defend himself, and it's just sad that he didn't report it and make an official complaint for the Guam police to go out and search for these individuals and so forth. But and then of course another incident that occurred was homeless individuals who were sleeping at our park, the mayor's office park, and then was trying to attack our vice mayor. And and this goes back to we don't know what they're on, if they're under the influence of alcohol or drugs, but we were able to catch someone there, and it's a good thing we have cameras, and we saw this, we caught this individual, removing the power meter from one of our buildings. And, but, he was also, throwing rocks to the vice mayor and then, destroying, government property. So this individual has been, arrested, and, he's, contained right now.
I'm just letting that marinate for a second. So there was a guy, homeless individual. I think I saw this in the other media, and he for whatever reason, attacked the vice mayor through rocks, right?
Through rocks and I believe a metal object. Yeah.
And how's the vice mayor?
The vice mayor is fine. I'm, very fortunate that, he's able to take care of himself. He's, he's also part of the CAPE program, and he is our representative for the Mayor's Council of Guam and, criminal, Crime Watch.
Yeah.
He's been working with GPD on different issues.
So he's okay.
Yes, he is.
Right. Is this individual who attacked the vice mayor, is he a repeat troublemaker?
Yes. He continued to, he has been causing issues, with the businesses around the Tumuni area. He used to squat in Hagatnya, and, I don't know, maybe other villages as well, but he's been in Tumuni recently.
You don't sound so happy about that.
He's caused a lot of issues in our area.
Mayor, one thing I'm going to say about your villages, don't get offended, but it's not, I don't really think of them as safe because there's a lot of people walking around, and I'm not saying everybody who's walking around is trouble, but a lot of them are. And I mean, I've had it where I've been at broad daylight GPO getting in the vehicle. You open the door to kind of like put the stuff in, open the front door, went to go close it. This dude popped out of nowhere. I think he came out of the ground. I swear to God, he popped out of nowhere. I was like, "Hooey!" It freaked me out. And he's like, "Oh, sir, do you have $7 or $8 for gas?" And I was like, "Damn, what happened to asking for $1? He's got like go straight to $8, and what the hell?" And I was like, "Dude, I need gas."
And as a longtime resident of Tumon, this is something that
And I had to tell him like, "Hey, back up, bro."
No, but when I lived in Tumon, I mean, we take pride in the fact that hospitality is part of who we are as neighbors, right? Like everybody you see on the street, if you can tell they're not from here, you welcome them to the island. If they need something, you put them in the right direction. You thank them for being here. You take care of each other. We make sure our streets are clean and that everybody has a
Wait,
good
what
time.
Guam are you talking about, bro?
No, that's Tumon, man.
This is like Guam of what, 10 years ago? Because that's Guam's different now. Mayor, I mean, what do you do though with all these people going around? And I mean, they're attacking joggers. And what happened? Because I thought last year there was a whole thing where former Governor Gutierrez, when he took over GVB, he was like, "Let's kick the homeless out of everywhere." Remember, they rounded up all the homeless in Agatna? I thought they took the homeless out of that parking lot in Tumon, but they didn't.
Well, for a moment, I know they were all they got out of there, and they continued to board up the place and block it off and all that, but people still just break in and they just shove their way into different buildings, so it goes back to this is like a mentality issue, because I mean there's so many wonderful programs that we have here, that the government keeps bringing in and applying for, and we have all these wonderful grants and to help people, and they're just these people just don't want to follow the rules and guidelines, and they just want to live out there with no rules at all. And it's just sad that they prey on innocent people, and people are just trying to get out and enjoy the fresh air and the beautiful sunrise, and they take advantage of that and try to take what belongs to others. That's just not right. And so anyways, with this this meeting that we're having tomorrow, I mean it's to bring people together to share ideas on what we can do to stop the crime, and to help keep each other safe.
Good, Mayor. So that's why we're having a meeting tomorrow. The Tamuning Mayor's office, no?
It's going to be in our community senior center.
Is that right by your office?
Yes, our office, the gym, and then the center.
Okay. Okay, Mayor. Well, thanks for that info. Guys, be safe, especially because there's a lot of people who are jogging now in your villages, right, Mayor? Or walking,
Yeah.
right?
Yes, it's wonderful to see, them coming out and exercising and, but, we also ask that they could, maintain the social distancing, wear your mask if it's not, you're not doing a strenuous workout.
Right.
Because you never know who you're going to encounter and who's going to pop up out of the ground and all that. You need to have your mask ready to protect yourself.
Yeah.
Other than that, enjoy the beautiful day.
Other than that, guys, you might get attacked by a mob of drunk homeless people or, Some dude might pop out of the ground. But other than that, please enjoy Mooning Tumon Harmon. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
Give our best to the Vice Mayor, okay?
Okay, will do.
There you go.
Take care. Adios.
There you go. Well, they got to start giving these mayors hazardous pay. You seen the Vice Mayor? He's an older guy, dude. Tie respect to him, man. There's people a day, man. Wow. Throwing rocks at the Vice Mayor. That is. And I'm sure the mayors, the vice mayors, they probably have their share of stories about, people in their village who get irate or upset. But really, that's just too much already. Throw rocks at me, guys. If you want to throw rocks at somebody, come throw rocks at me. Come on. Bring it on. I'm hard-headed. I can take it. At 7:26, are we getting the Enron Mayor's office? Hold on. There's an issue with the Zoom. Let's take a break, okay? There you go. That's the solution. The Chamorro solution to, I don't know what to do. Oh, take a break. That's it. Reboot, okay? We're going to be back with more of the link in just a few. Good morning.
Learn more about Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also, follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
As a reporter, I often ask people what compelled them to get the COVID-19 vaccine. For me, someone who's lived through coronavirus, I can't help but fear the idea of possibly infecting others, unknowingly passing it along to someone with a lesser immune system, someone's mother, father, grandparent, or someone who wouldn't be as blessed to suffer only minor symptoms. When I contracted COVID, that is what weighed most on my heart and mind, and that's why I did everything in my power to prevent this from happening, by following public health protocols. And now I am doing the same thing, being mindful my decisions, choices, and actions don't only affect me, but the entire nation. So I chose to get vaccinated, simply to protect others. My name is Adriana Cotero. I'm a KUAM News reporter and anchor, and a proud member of the Vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Addis Trust and Investment, location, service, trust, is a proud partner of the KUAM Care Force.
Forget the tea.
Dying life. Hey, good morning. Yep. That's a shame, man, that they threw rocks at the vice mayor of Tamuning. It was a Chamorro guy, okay, guys? Because I know what you're all thinking. What was the ethnicity? It was a freaking Chamorro guy.
And all those very, very bad stereotype jokes of the 80s come back.
Right,
about
yeah.
People throwing rocks.
Yep. Yeah. I'd like to see them try and throw the rocks to the mayors down south. Huh, Derico? Yeah, try. Yep, they know better than to try that stuff down south. The north, you guys are different up here. You get a whole different set of rules. We got Tarico Matanoni of the Inalahan Mayor's Office on the line here in the Zoom room. Good morning.
Good morning from Inalahan.
Beautiful Inalahan. How's the weather down there?
Today's a really good day. Nice and sunny.
It's a good day to get some food bags.
Yes, it is. We'll be having our distribution this evening. We've got 500 food bags to distribute. We start at 4 p.m. till 9 p.m. If the cars are still coming at that time, we just keep going. So we invite all our people from where just to come on out and grab some of those commodities.
This is for Inalahan residents only?
We like to be flexible about it. It's food, and if you need it and you're going to make that drive, then come on down. You won't be turned away.
There you go. It's a beautiful drive because the mayor is really, I know that with the lieutenant governor and the IBTF, they did something with clearing the road, the curves when you go up the hill to Malolo area, but it's a really nice drive. The mayor's, and I just talked about this the other day, he put up these little signs, right, that say, just please don't litter in a lawn or something like that, but he put them up every so often, and I think it's a good idea because it really like gets in your head like, oh, no, don't litter. It's messaging, guys. It's consistent messaging, right? It makes you think. So yeah, if you need food, go take a nice drive down there and take note of how beautiful it is, and then take that behavior up here to the north. Sorry, Jay, no offense. But Tarico, so there's a lot of food bags out there. You know, every mayor's giving out the commodities. They got this, they got that. You got the meals. So what is in these food bags? Do you know?
Well, food bags are coming from the GDOE TFAP program. This is the one that comes from the PD warehouse. So this is mostly the dry goods, the pantry items. Okay. There's let's see what we have here. There's canned fruit. There's some cereals. Today's containing a vegetable oil. There's also canned chicken, which is like the chicken breast white meat. There's a chicken pouch. There's mixed fruit, and there's also going to be a thing of ground beef that's going to be included.
Wow. Ground beef. We need to do a cooking show with these commodities, right? What could you do with ground beef, vegetable oil, canned fruit, canned chicken? Jay?
There's a lot of things you could do with it.
I don't even want to know what you could do with it because I know you don't cook. But Tarico, so it's dried goods mostly, but then there's the ground beef part, right? So that's perishable, obviously.
Yeah, so this is the first time that we're receiving the frozen portion from GDOE. It's going to be delivered closer to the distribution time for safe food handling.
Right.
So our time starts at 4 p.m. and it goes until after hours for us, but it's because we want to really accommodate those that are working. Also, give everyone a chance, and they can pick it up on their way home. It's just a drive-through. You don't have to get down. If you wanted to help someone by picking up theirs, all we ask is for their name. And it's we're all helping each other.
Right on. That starts at 4 o'clock, guys. They've got about 500 food bags available. The preference is, of course, for in-law residents, but, you know, like Tariko said, if you don't have food, you don't have food. Come on down.
Right. So whatever's left over from tonight would be stored properly and then start again tomorrow morning, 8 to 11.
There you go. Get you some of them commodities peaches. Is it peaches? Do you know?
There's peaches and plums. It's really, you know, we always like to say that the vibe is really nice. There's people that come out to volunteer. Everyone wears their mask, but you know, just when we have the flow of everything going, everyone has their system, their place in the whole. Tonight we're gonna have packaging happening as well, so you know that just creates a fun atmosphere.
Tariko, where again do they go to get it?
Right here at the Inalahan Mayor's office in the heart of the village, right by the San Jose Church.
There you go. Can't miss it, guys. It's a great scenic drive. Thank you, Tariko.
You're welcome.
Come back on anytime. You got the link. You're welcome. That's that. Okay. There you go. Prima Tariko there from the Inalahan Mayor's office. 7:37. Let's keep it in the KUAM News Zoom room where she's definitely getting her frequent link miles in. Procurement Chair Senator Sabina Perez. Well, every time I turn around, Senator, there's something with procurement. Unmute.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. And I guess that's, you know, some of the laws, I guess, needs to be addressed. Yeah. But the law by itself cannot ensure, I guess, procurement is done properly. I guess what we're, you know, I did announce that I will hold an oversight hearing regarding the Hakapatan use of the building related to the recent OPA decision. So I just want to share with you that we did receive word that that decision would be appealed in the Superior Court, which will affect the oversight if GSA and the OPA cannot attend. So we might have to put a hold on that oversight.
That's kind of big news. Okay, so you were planning an oversight hearing. Let's just rewind a little bit. And I gave the Cliffs Notes this morning. Let me just give it again. So there's a company, SH Enterprises, that holds, I believe, it's either what there's the big food service contracts, guys, with the government of Guam, like big money, millions of dollars, is feeding the prisoners, feeding the senior citizens. Right? These are two big contracts that companies are always trying to get, and when someone else wins, there's a protest. It's just the nature of it, right? The nature of Guam procurement. So this company had this contract, and then when we did the local war claims thing, this company also owns the old Hakubotan. God, just saying that takes me back to Hakubotan. But they own the old Hakubotan building, and they let the administration use it for free to process the war claims. I think it was like a 2-week period. And then a couple months later, they won another contract. And so the public auditor, and so a competing company had filed a protest, and they had brought this up and said, hey, you can't, that's like a gift or whatever. Chief procurement officer looked at it. I think she took a day, was like, no, it's not. It's a donation. It's totally fine. Public auditor, however, came out and said, yeah, that's a gift, you know, and he made the decision to bar this company from bidding on government contracts, which they've now appealed, right? But before the appeal, the AG had come out and said, oh, no, public auditor, you got to stay in your lane because that's the chief procurement officer. And she said it was A-okay. So there's something going on here with, there's just something going on. I mean, it is what it is. But Senator, yeah. I mean, what do you think, though, the use of that building? Is this something that you think is like pretty black and white, or is it open for debate? Because I can see people, I wouldn't agree with them, but I could see people saying like, oh, well, yeah, God, they got a free building. That's good. Way to go.
Yeah. Yeah. So, you know, no one's questioning that there was an ethical violation. You know, I think what's being questioned is whether, the OPA has jurisdiction to debar. I think that's pretty clear from looking at what the comments are, and that's what the appeal is going to be based on, is whether the OPA has jurisdiction. Right. So yeah, what it is, a favor according to statute is anything of more than de minimis value that is received for personal enjoyment, for the department, or for any person or club or organization associated with or sponsored thereby. And so it is, there's no question that it is a breach of ethical standards for any person or contractor to provide or, to offer this type of, I guess, donation, so to speak, especially if they are a prospective contractor, prospective bidder or offerer. Right. I think that's where it's the appeal was based upon is, they are both, bidders for the a big contract for the government.
Right.
And so in light of that, it is conceived as a favor to the territory. So this is what the OPA is, basically they have the power and the authority to review any subject matter de novo, and that's a pretty big power because they can start afresh and look at all the facts from the start and see whether any appeal, any matter brought to them has merit. This is a bigger power than I think the superior courts have.
Wow.
In relation to overseeing procurement.
I like you. You keep receipts. So I like what you said, that there's no question that there's an ethical violation that took place. The question is whether or not the chief procurement officer, who's come down on one side saying that it's okay that they gave the building to be used for the War Claims Processing Center, and that it was a donation and that the governor is free to accept donations. And then you have the public auditor who says, oh, hello, black and white of it is that's a gift and it's an ethical violation. Boy, if we had an ethics commission, that'd be pretty something to forward this. Are they accepting complaints yet?
I am not too sure. I have to go back and look and see the process of this. But it seems like the way this is processed, it has to go through, first the agency, and then through the OPA, and then it goes up to the Superior Court. So I'm not too sure about the Ethics Commission in this one, but I would have to double check on their process.
Do you have any idea what prompted the AG to come out and kind of chime in on this? Was there like a request for an opinion that was issued, or?
It was basically an appeal. So any appeal. So for instance, in this case, the CPO denied the protest by
Basil.
By Big Foods, right? Basil Foods. And in that case, Basil Foods then took it up the chain to the OPA. So it was within their administrative rights. It was within their rights to appeal to the next step up. And so this is what initiated the OPA's involvement in this. So it's part of the process.
Okay. Let's just speak to procurement. They generally, right? Like I said, it seems like we have you on so many times about procurement issues. And I know that you've definitely tried to do your part with oversight hearings and legislation. But what is it about our procurement process? I mean, it's one thing, right? The delays or whatever, and the argument about using emergency procurement. But I feel like for something like this to happen and the chief procurement officer to kind of stand by it, it's highly sus, as the kids say.
Yeah, so there is, I think as the OPA audit shows, or decision shows, there is some inconsistencies in the laws that needs to be addressed. There's one part where, as far as, overview of the debarment, there was it seemed like there was a misprint in the number in the statute. So instead of identifying the correct portion of the statute, it it veered to a different portion. So that definitely needs to be fixed. But also in general, there is a bill that I was working on last term that I haven't introduced yet. And it would basically change a lot of, it would look at the legal and contractual remedies. So this is an area, this is one part of that could be looked at and addressed. So there is mention in the decision that there was, I guess there was a question as to whether the legislature provided the authority for OPA. And so those clarifications need to be made. And the bill that I was working on last term, which really was started on in previous terms by former Senator Atta, that I think it's maybe the time is right to look at that draft and reintroduce that bill. So there are issues with, I guess one of the issues was whether the policy office has any oversight of debarment and the OPA. So that needs to be addressed. And I guess as they take it up in the Superior Court, that would be argued in court as to who is the jurisdiction. But again, also the laws can be strengthened as well.
Senator, I wanted to ask you, as the oversight of rev and tax, there was a bill that was introduced and eventually signed into law, and this is relative to allowing a private company to collect on delinquent, I want to say it's cigarette tax stamp taxes or something. Has that been implemented? I know that I feel like I want to say the director had some issues with it. There were a lot of issues with it, first of all. Anytime you're getting a private company to start collecting on taxes, I mean, it's nuts for a profit. I mean, and the director during the hearing on this, and I want to say it was even the deputy, had come out and said that this was something that Rev and Tax was totally capable of performing on their own. And so to me, outside looking in, it looked like a gift law to, whoever it's got this contract. But what's the issue there, Senator? Because have the courts gotten involved with this yet?
Yes. So I believe there was the Westco brought it to court, and Judge Gutierrez basically wrote a writ requiring that that I guess Department of Revenue Taxation comply with that law that was passed. And I think they have some time, I think May 18th is a date where they have to provide an alternate writ. We're waiting on that. In the meantime, I have introduced a bill that would basically promote or allow that to be done, the cigarette stamp tax to be implemented in-house at a much more reasonable, feasible amount. As you remember, if you recall, it was upwards, I think, in the original law that was, or the bill that was introduced that eventually passed, it would allow, I believe, this private entity to implement cigarette stamps to receive up to $12 million. And it was at that public hearing for that bill, it was mentioned by the former Deputy Director, Michelle Santos, that it was estimated if we were to do it in-house, it would be about $300,000.
Yeah.
And
which
so
is why I said it's a gift law. I mean, we do it ourselves. It's $300,000. You get Mary Torres' family involved. It's what, 12 million or something crazy like that. It's nuts. Totally nuts.
Yeah, I think definitely if we can do it, if we can reform government, we can definitely lower the cost to implementing something like this. And of course, there were issues brought up about whether to hire a third party to implement taxation laws as well as to create rules and regulations. So I think there's definitely issues with that. So, with my bill that we'll receive a public hearing on this Thursday, my hope is that this bill receives favorable support from my colleagues to ensure that, we are collecting taxes on cigarettes properly and, we'll keep it within Department of Revenue and Taxation. I think it's the better way to go policy-wise and as well as financially. It's more fiscally responsive. responsible, I feel.
What's that
So,
saying? What's it saying? There's a saying, jumping over dollars to get to pennies or something. Is that what it is? Well, if that's not a saying, I'm inventing it now because that's exactly what's happening with this. We're jumping over dollars we could be getting by collecting all these taxes to get pennies, and meanwhile, Mary Torres' family is going to get the dollars. So it's crazy.
I'm filing that for you right now,
Yeah,
my friend.
trademark.
With the U.S. Copyright Office.
Okay, thank you.
Jumping over dollars to get to pennies.
Right on.
Done.
Can you use that?
But I think what's important to remember is that this money is going to the Healthy Futures Fund,
Right.
Which is going to fund a lot of these important services, especially during this, during this time. It's going towards the Department of Public Health, Cancer Trust Fund.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
No one's saying don't collect the taxes, Senator. No one's saying that. We're just saying like I mean, you put it out at Rev Tax and do the same thing for $300,000, and we're going to pay this private company $12 million. It's nuts, dude. What are you guys thinking?
Right. And I think too, just to be fair, they did change the wording on that to be anything that's in excess of the annual collection that would, I believe, go towards the third party. So there was I guess, an amendment that was made to reduce that amount. But I think even at that how do you implement something like that? So, for instance, if the Healthy Futures Fund goes, the collections go down, does that mean that company receives nothing because there is nothing in excess? And so how does that really play out when it comes to, other laws, contract laws? So there's, other questions remain, whether, it's inorganic, whether it's, not compliant to other types of laws. So, I mean, there's many issues with that bill.
That law, right?
That law, sorry.
That law. Because they got it in the law. It's the law now. Let's just close out, Senator, with the resolution. I know you guys are able to vote on that and get it passed. Thoughts?
Yes, I believe, first of all, I want to thank my colleagues for their support. And I want to thank the community that really came out in favor of it. And I think it's, it's really an issue about our human rights to access to safe, clean drinking water. And, like I said, it's the project that's a contention is the firing range, which is has been stated by Department of Defense to expend 6.7 million bullets or rounds annually containing lead and other contaminants. And really, when we're looking at prevention, I think prevention is much better than trying to clean up a toxic site many years later. Facing a current Supreme Court decision, we're waiting on the decision whether, that the court would decide that, the Department of Defense, U.S. government is going to help pay for the cleanup. Why wait till then? Why? I think the best course of action is preventing any kind of damage. And we're talking about lead and other contaminants. Lead was banned since 1986 in the U.S. and 1999 here on Guam. And, since it was banned, why are we allowing something like this to occur? Contamination of our water resource. It doesn't make sense to me. And, if we can prevent that harm from happening, it's better for the health of our people. It's better for our environment. And so that's, I just want to thank everybody who supported this. And it has been a long road, so it's not easy. It's not easy to speak out for something like this, but I'm very grateful for those that did.
Thank you, Senator.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chris.
All right. I want to say, I don't know when we'll see you again, but I feel like there's going to be something else to pop up with procurement. Probably
with the environment.
Maybe it was either one, right? So she's oversight of rev and tax, labor, the environment, and procurement. Is that everything?
And Bureau of Statistics and Plans. But
BSP,
yeah,
right? Yeah, that's a lot. Well, thank you, Senator, for coming on. Appreciate it all the time.
Thank you.
There you go. Hey, I was able to get some messages from our friend on the Physicians Advisory Group. Our friend, Dr. Hoa Wen. He's the He's the chairman.
I don't think I've ever used that since like we were doing slang books.
That's like he's our Fwen, F-W-E-N.
Oh, God.
We're Fwens with a Z. And this is relative to the UK variant. Remember, we talked about this at length this morning. We'll talk about it with Chima Mbakwem, who's the Chief Public Health Officer, coming up at 9. But 3 of the 4 samples we sent off to the CDC were confirmed positive for being the UK variant. And Dr. Hoa, with a little more info for you guys here. These were specimens that were taken between January and April. He says these specimens were since March. It was 2 from the Philippines, 1 from Arizona. And remember, these cases were caught in the quarantine facility, all 3 of them. And we had a question asking earlier, was it a variant of interest or a variant of concern? It is a variant of concern.
And the concern is the worst one.
The worst, yeah. Well, yeah, of the 2, I mean, right?
Yeah.
Variant of interest, it's like, well, what about this variant? The variant of concern is like, oh my God, this variant. Ah!
Okay.
That's the difference.
So point being, the medical community is paying particular attention to this one. And
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was that a good analogy, Joe? Variant of interest, like, oh, what's up with you? Hey, variant, hey, how you doing?
Well, I believe someone really, really smart once said, if you jump over dollars to get to pennies too. And you're just
gonna put that on a T-shirt. And he says it's covered under the current vaccines, which is, if you look at the literature online, that's what it also seems to say.
So two people apparently that originated from the Philippines and 1 person from
Arizona. Right? Yeah. So that was what we got from Dr. Ho Wen, Chief Public Health Officer Chima Mbakwem, coming up at 9. So we'll ask him about the status of this cluster investigation. Remember, Subaki Tower, A-Class Lounge. The infamous basketball game. I wish we had B-roll of the infamous basketball game so we could zoom in and, slow it down to when the guy went to the player next to him, or when he went to juke and the sweat, right? I mean, because if you play ball the right way, you're all up in, right? Jay?
Or like he hit like a big...
Yeah, you're backing up into somebody, right?
Oh, you're trying to post somebody up, or you hit a big dagger 3 and then a big chest bump. And
Yep. So there you go. All it took was one guy who was sick. He went to that basketball game, and then they went gallivanting all over to the karaoke bar, right? And then with the Subaki Tower, it was the staff that were at a private gathering in Jigo. They got it there, then they went to work, and, they ended up having to test over 1,000 people for this. 7:58. We're going to take a break, and we're coming back on KUAM TV right here with the link, which is brought to you by East West Rental, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and our friends at Jack in the Box. In-depth news also on the way with Jason Solis from the KUAM News team. We're back on KUAM TV next. This is KUAM FM Agatni Guam on The Breeze. Good morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Good morning, KUAM TV. Welcome to The Link. My name is Chris.
I'm Jason. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. It's 8 a.m. Tuesday, May 4th episode of the show, brought to you by East West Rental, Calvo Enterprises, ITE, and Jack in the Box. Coming up, Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center. We're talking about mental health awareness for the children. All right, the warning signs, the symptoms, the programs that they have available that could help over at JIBWIC as we observe Mental Health Awareness Month. Also getting Chima Bakwem, the Chief Public Health Officer, on to talk about, well, I'm pretty sure we're going to talk about the UK variant. We'll talk about the cluster and the contact tracing investigations that are ongoing. And then our very own Tomas Manglotnia is in at around 9:30. He's doing some great work for us. He did this, it was a deep dive into this Article 12 with the NMI. And now he's doing something a little lighter, a little fluffier, no pun intended. A piece on Elite Bakery as they bake for the Bay. They're putting the Bay in bakery at Elite Bakery. So this is a bakery, I believe, in Agate, sir? They're from Agate? Elite Bakery?
Elites in
Tamuning. Is that the one that's across, like, kind of Cossulas? It's a little building. It's just its own little building, right? It's its own little building. And they have the, what do you call them? Ensamadas? Yes. They're famous for that. Right, yeah, and Fluffy Mamon. Yeah, so they have an Elite Bakery in California and mainland Texas, USA. All right, and so he went there and he did a cool interview with them. So that's going to be pretty cool. It's Filipino? Yeah, they're a Filipino family. Do you know the name? Nope. No. Well, we're going to find out for you guys.
Last time I actually went to Elite Bakery because Joe Sir now reminded me which one it is. I was working at ITE and we were hosting some representatives from AT&T and we took them around.
Mm-hmm.
And my manager and I were like, okay, you have to try this. We took them to like Elite Bakery. It was like Joe Sir said, it's this really like tiny little building and everything like that. But they were blown away at the cakes.
Yeah.
We got them a chocolate cake and they kept that in their hotel room.
I went there one holiday season because I heard that they were famous for their ensamadas. Am I saying it right? The ensamadas, what is that again?
Bread with margarine and sugar.
Right, yeah. It's bread with margarine and sugar. And then what's the other one that you kind of eat during the holidays? It's cold. And it's also got this like butter cream on it. God, man, I forget. Sorry, guys. But like I said, you guys know Sabrina's the main rememberer around here, and she has been gone, so we don't remember anything.
Well, and she is the queen of baking too.
Right?
So
yeah. So she'd probably,
if it's a baked good, she'd be like, oh, that's.
If she's watching right now, she's probably yelling at the stream. So that's going to be cool. Tomas is awesome. He's very educated. He's a very great reporter.
Yeah, and he's doing, stories with a very unique perspective, like talking, like that thing he did with like Article 12. That got a lot of people listening. I know not obviously in the NMI, but also on Guam, a lot of people were like, wow, I never realized what's going on over there.
Right.
There's a comment.
There is. Okay, hold on.
Garces family.
Oh, the Garces family.
The Garces family.
I wonder if that's our friend Grace Garces.
Maybe.
She's a journalist. Yeah.
Do you guys know what the name of that thing is that I'm talking about? It's like
Oh, Sans Rival.
I don't know what it is, sir. Right there. I'll know it when I hear it.
Sans Rival?
Sans Rival.
Oh.
Is that what it is? What is that? Sans Rival.
It has something cold inside.
It's cold? Yeah. So you buy it in the fridge. I want to say it's like a Christmassy thing, though. I don't know, guys. Anyway, it's 8:05.
You know what I remember, too? They have the coolest, the cake decorations, like those little plastic things. I remember they had like the Beatles one time.
Wow.
Then there was John, and then Paul had like the old school bass, and then Ringo was in the back, like on the drums and everything like that. I was like, wow, and you could buy those for like a wedding cake or birthday cake.
Nice. Yeah, so excited about that. That's coming up 9:30. It's 8:05 now. Let's go ahead and get into the news first. Yeah, that's what it is. Sylvanas. Thank you. Yeah. Sylvanas, have you heard of those? Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
How many of those can you eat in one sitting?
Thank you. Now everyone's like hitting me on WhatsApp. It's Sylvanas, you dummy.
How many of those can you eat in one sitting?
I ate the whole damn box, dude.
Oh, wow.
I don't play, bro. Go big or go home. None of this dainty, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Just
but you
go
know
in.
sharing is caring too, right?
Right, yeah. You get 2 boxes. You eat one on your way back, and then the other one, you're like, hey, I got this for you guys. It's 8:06. Right, sir? Yep. There you go. Silvanas. Thank you.
We have the smartest viewers, man.
Yeah, we do. We do. Yeah, so they're the center of Union City. We're getting some comments now. They have a big 2-story building in Union City. Yeah, and that's the one that Tomas is going to go to. Yep. Union City, that's like in California, right? Just kidding.
No,
it's like north. I think
you said
I want to
Texas
say it's
earlier.
like north. I was joking.
Oh, okay.
I think it's north of San Francisco.
Oh, well, I mean, Tomas did do his undergraduate work because he's finishing his graduate work. He's going to have a master's in journalism from Stanford, but as an undergrad,
he's also a Truman Scholar.
Yeah, he was up in Berkeley, so he knows that area like quite well.
Right on. It's 8:06 now, guys. So that's what's coming up on the show. Miss a link, miss a lot. So
Can
don't
you
go
imagine
anywhere.
being in the States, like for these college kids, having to drive like 2.5 hours to get
Silvanas?
to get that, or to get a choti. I know some people are like, man, I really want to make red rice. But
Right, yeah.
And it's like an Asian specialty
That's what's
restaurant.
so funny to me, dude. It's so funny to me that, especially my generation, like, I'm going to be honest with you guys, growing up, there's always friction, and it passes between the Chamorros and whatever the next biggest ethnic group is, right? And so with my grandfather or some of my uncle's generations, it was like there was a lot of Palauans who came to Guam in the 70s. So there was like rough spots, and then, we all got acclimated with each other. But it was, in my generation, it was Filipinos, right? And we did, there was just, let's be honest, there's some headbutting going on, but then now it's like we're all cool and everything. But I thought it was so ironic because when I went to live in the States for a couple years after graduating from high school, where do you go to get the stuff from Guam? You go to the Filipino store, right? The Asian store, right? But in the States, it's like if they don't know what you are, you're either Mexican or you're Asian. Right? That's the 2 groups they put you in.
But even if you say it with a Chamorro accent, you're like, oh, excuse me, sir, I'm looking for a choti.
Yeah.
And they're like, you mean a chote?
Yeah. Oh, a chote.
A chote.
Oh, this guy needs a chote.
A
Right.
chote. It's in the back.
Okay. Yeah.
Right next to the big bottle of the patis.
Right. Yeah. And that's where you go to get like your King Car or your lemon powder. But dude, I remember the first time I went into the store, I was like, oh my God, dude, I feel like I'm in Guam. It's just so funny to me because that's what one of the first things people do when they go to the States. They're like, okay, where's the Asian store around here? Right.
Well, I remember when I was at we went to the Chamorro Club out in San Diego, and we went there for a school trip for ROTC. But they went there, and then our drill instructors were saying, it's like, okay, guys, you have to treat this like you're back home. So when you go around, make sure that you amen everybody. And there's a lot of people, but it took us at least 35 minutes of going and greeting every single person, and then explaining what family you are, what's your family name, what village you're from, and then they go into this whole thing. Oh yeah, like I know Auntie Terry from from Mong Mong or something like that. Yeah, I know your cousin. I've been out here and everything like that. Yeah. And like they say, take the person out of the island, but you never take the island out of the person.
There you go. Trademark Jason Solis. 8:09 now again for the off-island Sabrina Solis Mantanani. Jason Solis from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Jay.
All right. Good morning, Guam. Good morning, KUAM TV, and good morning, Facebook Live. We have been talking about it all morning. And late last night, the Joint Information Center reported that 3 out of 4 cases have confirmed that the UK variant is confirmed to be on Guam. 3 out of 4 cases submitted for analysis. That variant is considered a more highly transmissible variant of coronavirus, with the samples coming from travelers tested at GovGuam's quarantine facility. Those travelers were isolated in the government isolation facility, and all close contacts of those travelers were quarantined at the facility for 14 days. Now, you might recall this is the second variant that's been identified locally, as this past March, the California variant was confirmed in 7 samples. Now, you are strenuously reminded to practice good hygiene and practice social distancing. Again, none of these things are new. We just want to remind you guys this is what you have to do. Remain home if you feel sick, and stay away from those if they are feeling sick. Stay at least 6 feet apart from those outside your home. You also want to wash your hands with soap and water often, and every time you do, for at least 20 seconds. If you happen to be visiting elderly family members, please continue to practice social distancing. Now, subsequently, Guam's COVID area risk score, the CAR score, has gone up to 0.9 after maintaining a position of 0.7 for 4 straight days. On Monday, 8 new positive cases out of 543 samples were confirmed. 95 people are isolated currently, and 7 people are hospitalized. Over 66,000 Guamanians have been vaccinated. Well, we were talking to the Inalahan Mayor's office earlier this morning on the link because 500 bags of free food will be available to Inalahan constituents, and they did say they want to take care of all Guamanians. So if you want to make down the trip to Inalahan and if you are in need of food, please go to the village mayor's office right next to the San Jose Church. It's going to be from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. or while supplies last. So most of these food commodities are held in the morning or in the afternoon. The Inalahan Mayor's Office, bless them for doing so, will be holding their food commodities distribution from 4 in the afternoon until 9 p.m. tonight. Public Health's immunization program placed an order of more than 22,000 doses of Pfizer and almost 11,000 doses of the Moderna vaccine for nearly 33,000 new doses for May. The vaccines ordered are expected to arrive on island within 3 to 5 business days. Well, we've got a lot more island news headlines, so let's go back to the newsroom where our Isaiah Uggan is standing by with your Tuesday morning link update.
Hafa good morning, Guam, Guahusi, Isaiah Uggan, and with your headlines here on the link. After nearly 2 weeks of being on the run, the man wanted by police is finally in custody. 33-year-old Eric Roy DeCastro was arrested Monday. DeCastro was wanted related to an ongoing Tamuning burglary investigation. According to Guam Police Department spokesperson Sergeant Paul Tapao, on March 31st, detectives executed a search warrant at a home on Estrelita Street in Tamuning. As a result, items listed under the burglary investigation were located and confiscated. 10 days later, GPD issued the wanted flyer from DeCastro, and then on April 27th, an arrest warrant came down for DeCastro. Monday morning, he was apprehended by Superior Court marshals at Tamuning residence. He was confined at the Department of Corrections. The minor female victim of sexual assault testified this afternoon in former Airman Louis Anthony John Vargas' trial. It was day 4 of trial for Vargas. He faces numerous counts of criminal sexual conduct as a first-degree felony for allegedly sexually abusing a female minor known to him. The alleged incident occurred at a Manila residence on July 26, 2018. At the time, the victim was 9 years old. Now at the age of 12 years old, she was brought forward as a government witness and testified her recollections of the abuse. This trial is ongoing. A recent uptick in COVID infections prompted the governor to announce Friday that she would be pushing back her May 1st plan to lift quarantine restrictions. GVB President Carl Gutierrez says it was not totally unexpected, but by the tourism industry.
I know that the industry is kind of disappointed, but the community may not be disappointed. I think they want to be able to feel safe themselves, and I believe the governor did right by making sure that although we're going to be disappointed here at GVB and the visitors industry, she's got to be able to make sure that the community she serves is taken care of first. And
the visitor industry was looking forward to an easing of travel restrictions, but Gutierrez says they support the need for the public to further buckle down.
They're not necessarily angry because they know that it won't be sustainable if we open up too early without people really putting their own responsibilities frontline. So they're not angry because in their hearts and their minds, they know that disappointment, but it's up to us now to let's get back on track for May 15, as she pronounced. And I know that we're at 0.7 right now in our CAR score, and I hope we can bring that down.
The governor pushed back the lifting of quarantine for at least another 2 weeks to May 15th. Public Auditor BJ Cruz is sticking to his position that the SH company should be debarred for a year from receiving any more government contracts for letting the administration use its Hagabaton building for 2 weeks for war claims processing. Cruz says as a former member of the War Claims Commission, he of all people supports the war reparations effort, but he believes it was wrong for SH to do the governor a favor after just receiving a lucrative $3.7 million deal.
In spite of how magnanimous and gracious that gift was,
it cannot and should not continue, and vendors have got to stop doing that because it looks bad.
The Brazil company, a competitor of SH, filed a protest over the catering contract, but it was immediately dismissed by GSA Chief Procurement Officer Claudia Afaji. Cruz is challenging the position that he has overstepped his bounds.
We're not going to let them get away with the reading that the OPA can only review a debarment, but we should also be able to review a denial of a debarment if there is basis for that. And in this case, 3 weeks after the office opened, they got a $5.9 million contract to deal. And so it just looked bad and it smelled bad. And this practice has to stop so that people feel comfortable about procurement.
Cruz argues if the OPA has the power to review a debarment, it should also be able to review a decision not to debar. That's the news for now. We'll see you all tonight at 6 on Primetime.
All right, thanks so much, Isaiah. In national headlines, new COVID infections are down in 23 states and more than 100 million Americans are now fully vaccinated. But in 5 states in the union, infections are increasing, including in Oregon, where that state's governor has put some restrictions back in place to stop the spread.
At the Portland International Airport, staffers are working to vaccinate as many people as possible, the best weapon, Oregon officials believe, against the latest COVID surge. Dr. Renee Edwards is Chief Medical Officer at Oregon Health and Science University.
It's hard to see another surge coming now, especially since so many of the hospitalized patients now are younger and requiring the most intensive interventions.
Throughout much of the pandemic, Oregon managed to keep its cases and death numbers low. But over the past 5 weeks, new infections have climbed more than 20% each week. And in the past week, hospitalizations have nearly doubled. State health officials have determined the UK variant, now the dominant strain in the U.S., is one of the factors driving the increase.
We believe that the variants are making people sicker and are spreading more rapidly. So exactly why the variants are traveling this way in Oregon, I can't say, but definitely is concerning.
So concerning, Governor Kate Brown reinstated restrictions, including limiting gym capacity and banning indoor dining.
It's been numbing at this point. We've taken blow after blow.
Brian McMenamin, who owns several Oregon restaurants, feels that businesses like his are being unfairly punished.
All the rules and regulations, the 6 feet of distancing, the mask, all that stuff, we've been doing a great job at it. So this going backwards doesn't seem like the right option right now.
And the governor says she hopes to fully reopen the state by July 1st. In the meantime, $20 million will be given to businesses impacted by these closures. Jonathan Vigliotti, CBS News, Salem, Oregon. Jonathan Vigliotti, CBS News, Salem, Oregon.
It is, of course, the month of May, and throughout this month, our Jonah Goncharfis will be featuring a series of companies started by local women who are taking their creative ideas and turning them into profitable businesses and sharing their secrets for success with you. Here's our first installment of Mamapreneurs.
Mamapreneurs is presented to you by Denny's. Guam's Diner is always open. For friends and founders of Picasso Nennies, Nicole Coco Manabusin and Daria Dar Calvo, it was about 2 years ago these stay-at-home moms saw a need for outdoor activities for kids, families, and for the community, especially with the island being so incredibly beautiful. Picasso Nennies came to fruition in May of 2019.
We are pretty much a pop-up shop, and we hold events around Guam for families and our community to come together. We've been getting a positive response from both parents and kids. Parents are expressing their thanks for creating this space to come and bring their kids, where all the tools are provided to do whatever they are there to do, whether it's to paint, to hike, or to create flower crowns. All the tools are provided. The parents just need to bring their kids and kind of just watch over them while Dara and I host the class.
The mama-owned business has held events at some of Guam's historical landmarks, to include Plaza de España and Serena Park, where kids and even adults can be inspired by the beauty and culture that surrounds them.
Dara and I try and come up with a theme for each event. So our last theme was Earth Day event. We wanted to kind of be surrounded by green trees and just a natural shade of Guam, the canopy. So Laddystone Park was the perfect location. So far, it's our favorite location because it just provides all that shade for the kids and roam around, and it's blocked off so that they're kind of in a little protected area.
As for how they manage balancing family life and work life, the two believe it definitely works out.
Being a mom is a task in itself, but I feel that it's all at home, so our support system at home is really what pushes us to do better, to be better, and to be able to do the things that we're doing. So I don't think that Picasso Nennies would be where it's at today without our support system at home, which is our other halves and our kids and our moms and dads, our families. So I think that that's where it's at.
These multitasking mamas are extremely grateful for the support of the community.
Thank the community for, making it all worth it, because after every event, we look at each other, we're like, that was so much fun. We can't wait for the next one. And it's really you guys who help us create these ideas and motivate us to do more and be better. So thank you, God, family, Guam, Viva Guam.
As for advice they have for those mothers out there that are perhaps sitting on an idea or a venture that they want to pursue,
don't be afraid to try and pursue your goals and your dreams. The hardest part is just doing it, starting it, planning it. I'm so lucky enough to have such an awesome partner to do it with. So maybe if you're a little hesitant or scared, you can go out and find someone who wants to venture or who wants to partner in that venture with you, and you guys will make each other stronger, bring out the best in each other, and just do it and don't be afraid of the challenges, because that's what helps you grow and succeed.
Mamapreneurs is presented to you by Denny's. Guam's Diner is always open.
And now let's give you a look at what's happening around the island in our community's native tongue. Here's Uncle King Conception with Chamorro News Update, sponsored by First Hawaiian Bank.
Ginikoti at si Menor di dat na Palawan no victim and sexual assault sa tumistigo gitaloan ni ginikap gizon na trial ginin airman Luis Anthony John Vargas ginikap sa imina 4 dias izon na trial si Vargas za fafana multitude ay nasaki pod conducting criminal bus ni no primek grado na felony sa puda abuson bus ni un menor di dat na Palawan ni atungo Masusedi adso giung guba gi sa Mangilaw gi 26 gi Hulyo gi 2018 na sakan anay 9 anos ay dat niya Palawan. Bago no esta 12 anos si Padgun mana testigo para gobernamento za hasutati za sangan todi na busan Vargas kontra Guiza. Makontinue ay trial niya si Vargas at temafagpo. Yotro sunto sa perinatisan ni kausan positibo gi COVID na peste anunsya gobyerno gi Betnis na paroditene na di plano ni para manatsuhay senrekto na reglamentong kinarentina gi uno gi Mazu. Ilang yung presidente ni Guam Visitors Bureau si Carl Guterres na mentas mananang gatay gwini gi industry ng tourism kulaman desganaw di adso na industry lo komunidad sa Puente Ahi. Ilang yung na 20 man malago ay komunidad na manatsiguro naman safut siya sa gobyerno sa denansi bidanya. Zaman man desganaw siya di gi GVB debi magahaga doon na siguro na assist finene na itaw-tawta. Mananang gani industry binisita pero Libya di gobyerno irektong bumweta no ilang na si Guterres at sa popote gobyerno masan nesesita na itaw-tawta wa dahi siyamas. Gobyerno sa tsonik tati na liban kanarentina esta 2 semana na tempo para diakin sige manso. Yuto mo Ilista na mano finene na para magasta di 164 milyon pesos gini federal para inasiste ni isla gini pesti sa sempre fatto gilamasanya gobyerno gitafta pago na semana. Speaker para legislatura si Teresa Lahi sa sangan mas gadzi linya gimapos na business. Ilinya gwi na gitafta gi semana. Hananaw gi karte gobyerno ni request mas informasyon ni podhafa na pati gwi na slapi mapromete para makomite para ayansa siya. Pero mas klaro hafa pero matsogwi ino it mas preciso siya na artikulo. Ilang yan na mentas na sigogon mo na David Ufan manai mas informasyon in sigidas pero matungo hafa gini islata dyan gini ni federal. Ilang yan mas na milago niya sa pero na siguro na isalapeta dyan isalapi federal gi ibali na manera pero fatto dyan usep tori tatawbahan. Mamaysan magahaga no ilista na ufatto gati gizagwiza gi mapos na business di atyan tagi abrit. Inayan na pero fanali sa timanunon siya trabiya. I asunto gifinut sa moro sa nina fafatu ang pinalinunudzi ni Familian Mizu gi First Hawaiian Bank para Guam News Network Guausikin Conception. Itafta pago na semana. Speaker para legislatura si Teresa Lahi sa Sangan Mas gadzi linya gimapos na business. Ilinya gwi na gitafta gi semana. Hananaw gi kate gobyerno ni requesta mas informasyon. Ni podhafa na pati gwi na slapi mapromete para makomite para ayansa siya. Pero mas klaro hafa para matsogwi ino it mas preciso siya na artikulo. Ilinya na mentas sa segugon mo na debidu fan manai mas informasyon in seguidas pero matungo hafa gini islata dyan gini ni federal. Ilinya mas na milago niya sa pero na siguro na isalapeta dyan isalapi federal gi ibali na manera pero fatto dyan usebi tori tatogbahan. Mamaysan magahaga no ilista na fatto gati gizagwiza gi mapos na business di atyan tagi abrit. Inayan na pero fanali sa timanunun siya trabiya. I asunto gifinut sa moro sa nina fafatu ang pinalinunudzi ni Familian Mizu gi First Hawaiian Bank para Guam News Network Guausikin Conception.
And remember, everybody, for news about Guam 24/7, go to KUAM.com. Please stay tuned because when we come back, we are talking to our friends at the Guam Behavior, Wellness, and Health Center. That's
all right. That's coming up. But first at 8:25, let's go ahead and do Burger King's Cover Me. All right, thank you so much, Burger King. We're getting ready for it. Tomorrow's a Whopper Wednesday. You stroll through any Burger King location, you buy one Whopper, and you say, I love the Whopper. And they're just going to give you another Whopper for free because you love the link.
And tell them we sent you.
Amen.
Say Chris told me to say this with gusto.
All right, 8:27 here. Again, it's Cover Me, brought to you by Burger King and also our friends at Docomo Pacific. Good morning.
Local Music Mashup is brought to you by Burger King. Be your way.
Half a day and we are back. It's Local Music Mashup being brought to you by Burger King. Let's get to our next performance. This one is by Guam singer-songwriter I'm Ray John. Check it out.
I already know you're hurting. Already know you need to go. You're saying that you waiting. Saying you just hate some show. I don't know what I'm here for or what I'm left to do. I've been stuck in your same box just to be here for you. You just wanna stay home, be alone. You won't answer no calls unless it's him on your phone. You say that nobody cares, nobody cares, nobody cares. But wait, I'm always there. I'm always there. I'm always there. When nobody cares. But wait, I'm always there. So why you so caught up in a man who has problems with everything you do? So why you keep calling him? You talking, but he don't hear none of it. At the end of the day, you're calling me over at 2 a.m. to deal with it. But see, I love you in both ways. A best friend would say the word we the first day, and yours around my place. I need you in my space. You just need someone who's gonna love you the right ways. See, that might be me. Neither of us gonna admit it's all we trying to be. People tell us we don't listen, so we'll never see. We'll just never know. And that might be me. Neither of us gonna admit it, what we trying to be. People tell us we don't listen, so we'll never see. Yeah, we'll just never know. You just wanna stay home, be alone. You won't answer no calls unless it's him on your phone. You say that nobody cares,
Quick break, and we're coming back with JIC. That's how you got to say it. If you're an insider, Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center.
But if you use the whole title and you're playing Words with Friends,
That's a lot.
You're
Right.
set.
Yeah. But they didn't want to go around saying GBHWC, and they'd always mix up the W and the H. Some people would be like GBWHC. So they just said JIC. Coming up here as part of Mental Health Awareness Month, 8:31. Good morning.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC. After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
KUAM Communications and Denny's Guam presents Mamapreneurs, a special multi-platform series throughout the month of May showcasing mothers who are also local entrepreneurs in our community. In commemoration of Mother's Day, during weekdays in May, we'll feature daily profiles of these multitasking mamas and their businesses. Additionally, on KUAM News Primetime every Monday in May, we'll showcase a different enterprising mamapreneur. Check out our online directory of all these businesses as well on KUAM.com. And if you know a mamapreneur we should feature, send us a message on social media or email executiveproducer@KUAM.com. Mamapreneurs is brought to you by Denny's. Guam's Diner is always open.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
I revive the language when I write these pages. Mungan said, "What? How? Don't be shameless." If you know there's been alive for generations, I refuse to be a part of one that refused to save it. I'm a native, claiming rights to our land. I'll die for the land before I fight for the man. Find me in the cipher with the mic in the
Dakota, Alcantara, All Life Sacred, 8:35. The Link, good morning.
Wait, did you say is that Alcantara?
Alcantara, yeah.
Oh, I thought it was Dakota Camacho.
Is it? No, I want to say it could be. You're right. I don't know. It's Dakota. That's all I know.
Talented artist, though.
Yeah.
I mean, his stuff is deep, and obviously, like his freestyle and his lyrics are like really, really
Pretty
solid,
cool
yeah.
songs. Pretty cool jam there. He also does like whatchamacallit? Interpretive dance.
Yeah.
I caught one of his performances during Festpac. It's very surreal.
Have you ever seen him when they do like the song he's got like Stand for Your Land? And he does it like in the round, so he's got like a whole bunch of people.
Is that
there.
the one where he's got a bunch of different people coming on?
Yeah.
Let's get that one. That's a good one. That's a good video.
I got to find that. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
we'll
guys,
do
you
that.
guys will like that. That's good.
Yeah, it's cool. It's 8:36 on the link. East West Rental, Calvo Enterprises, ITE, and Jack in the Box. Proud to sponsor the Tuesday, May the 4th be with you episode of the link. Yeah, it's Star Wars Tuesday. FYI, guys. Let's go into the Zoom room now where we're continuing our feature with the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center. Every Tuesday during May, they're coming on to share a little bit more about mental health awareness. And this morning, we're bringing on the people from the Link program. Oh, look at that. We're the Link. You're the Link. Ah, it's so cute. And this, and let's go and we got Jesse Libby, who's hold on, let me get your title right here, Jesse. He's the, thank you, project director for Project Link. Tyrone Bryan, who is the interim administrator for Child and Adolescent Services Division, and Ovita Perez, psychiatric social worker too. We'll just go ahead and start with you, Jesse. Again, what does Link stand for?
Okay, well, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for having us. So Project Link, it's LINC, which stands for Linking Individuals and Nurturing Communities. We are a 5-year federally funded grant that was awarded to the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center from SAMHSA, our federal partners, which stands for the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, which is a division under the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. So for Project Link, our mission is to provide behavioral health services to youth ages 5 to 18 with a serious emotional disturbance or a co-occurring disorder. And in addition to that, the youth must be experiencing homelessness. If I may, I just want to break down what that all means, right? Because it really is a big pill to swallow, right? So a serious emotional disturbance is a psychiatric diagnosis that affects one's function, a psychiatric diagnosis that of sufficient duration that affects one's functioning in at least 2 or more settings. And then also co-occurring disorder is an SED, the serious emotional disturbance, along with the substance use disorder. Now to the homelessness part, I just want to say, I just want to emphasize is the experiencing homelessness part is that I really want to emphasize, because our federal grantors have really given us 5 categories that allow us to serve a very broad community in our island, which stands for, and it goes into unsheltered homeless youth, to youth that are living in homes that are not meant for human habitation, individuals that are living in homeless shelters, and then also what also is a very broad definition that that allows us to utilize is families that are living with other families. They call it doubled up. So like multi-generational homes, or like mom and dad and family is living with mom's sister or dad's brother or whatnot. And so that's the component of our entry criteria for Project Leap.
Right. So you're basically saying families who are doubling up, is the second family considered homeless?
Yes. Okay. So that's the risk of homelessness, right? So if at any point, let's say the head of household, dad's brother, just says, you know what, you guys got to go. Yeah. That's the risk part of our definition, and so we can serve that population.
Jesse, can you give us maybe anecdotally, generally speaking, some examples of a serious emotional disturbance?
Yeah, sure. So let's say a youth is experiencing depression, right? And depression for a sufficient duration, about like 2 months. And families have noticed that it's affecting their functioning in the home or in the school setting. that's where we would definitely ask them to come in, and we would do a full clinical intake service, and we would begin the process of formally treating that youth.
Let's go over to Tyrone here for a child, because I was thinking when you first told me what this grant is about, like people out there might think right off the bat, like, oh, homeless youth, we don't really have that. I mean, but we do, like
Right.
homeless, because
Right.
just the definition of homeless, like the actual definition of it doesn't necessarily mean that you're out there sleeping at Paseo. That's homeless.
Right.
But there are many
Right.
who live in substandard homes, or like Jesse had talked about, multi-family homes. Like, my family, we spent a lot of time growing up at Grandpa and Grandma's house, or,
Right.
going to live with Uncle Phil for the week or whatever. So yeah, it might seem on its surface like you think, oh, this must be something for a grant for the States because there are a lot of homeless kids over there. But no, the reality is we have homeless kids right here on this island. Right. And Ty, let's jump over to you here, because it's very unnerving to know that kids need these kind of services, right? So let's talk about, as the interim administrator for child adolescent services over at JIC, I mean, what types of kids are we seeing coming in, and what's the need for the services that the department offers?
Good morning, and thank you for having us. As you stated, the Child Adolescent Services Division, I would like to offer the shortened version of that word, which is CASDs for our purposes. So if you ever mention CASD, that's what it stands for. And also, our division is also known as Ifamaguntan, just in case people might know about that in the community.
Right.
And for short, you can call it EFAM. So CASD or EFAM. All right, so the young people who come to us for our services, they also have some of the situations that Bissy aptly described. But when he described how they have serious emotional disturbances, we look at what is the young person's presentation in school, at home, and with his or her peers. And when we see that there is a dysfunction in those areas, that's when we try to provide the best comprehensive services that's available. And typically, we adhere to the wraparound services. So when we work with our young people, we tap one of our social workers to create a relationship, and we utilize the wraparound approach to ensure that the services that we're going to deliver are not duplicated. So if we need to make a referral to, like, say, Jesse's program, we'll do so once we ascertain that young person needs help with home and also residence. But if there are other issues, say the young person is involved with the court system, then we would then also reach out to the court system and provide a wraparound approach. And if it's with GDOE, we do the same. And even if it's with the DEA, we do the same as well.
How many kids are we talking about here that kind of go through the Ifamaguanta program?
So without giving an exact number, I would say we're nearing 300. That's an active caseload. And keep in mind,
go ahead.
Most people are not accessing our services. So those who are coming in, that's what we have right now. Approximately 300 young people who are actively on our caseload.
Again, without getting into the specifics, and maybe Ovi, you might want to jump in here, just so people have an idea, because if you said people aren't utilizing the program, maybe they're just not clear on what they get from it or who this program will benefit. So just give us some examples of some of the cases, again, without, I don't want you to use names or anything, but some of the cases that you see coming through Ifamaguanta or even Link. Hi, Ovi.
Hi. Most of the kids, at least a lot of them that I serve, are referred by CPS. I've been seeing a lot of children that are undergoing PTSD diagnosis, which means that they have been exposed to severe either family violence, abuse, and neglect. So that has really been on the rise lately. I also see a lot of suicidal ideations where they And some of it is impacted by COVID, some not. Their thoughts of hurting themselves. Some have overdosed on pills. I've seen a lot of depression and anxiety as well. And that's because of the relationship issues, parent-child relationship issues. There's a lot of that coming through. We have a lot of mood disorders. They just have a feelings of a lot of sadness and overwhelming anxiousness, anxiety, worries, fears, and things of that nature. So a lot of that has been coming through our Ifamagonta. So I've also recently been assigned to the children inpatient unit, and that is really where is excessive, constant, intense work that the children are dealing with. So Guam Behavioral has really been busy this last year. A lot of it has been COVID related, a lot, really with the closing of the schools and things like that. So hopefully, if I'm going to started out as a project in the early 2000. Right. So hopefully I am really envisioning Jesse's program, Project Link, to become sustainable after the 5-year term has come up, because that's what if I'm going to start it off with in terms of the mental health for children. So we mirror a lot of our services with Project Link, except for the fact that they're honing in on the homelessness side of children and families.
Man, Ovi, it's so sad, the issues that you talk about facing our young ones, especially when they're issues that are brought on by the parents. When you talk about the sadness, the depression because of the pandemic, what are you hearing from some of these youngsters? Right, because we know we know the grown-ups, the adults have had. Obviously, there's so many issues that came with the lockdown and the uncertainty and even the fear of, transmitting, dying from this virus, right? So do kids, are they able to, and especially the young ones, are they able to like grasp all of that in their little minds, or do they just kind of feed off what the grown-ups in the home are feeling, or both?
A lot of times because they're home with their parents, and if they're coming from homes that are a lot of drugs. So if they see that, they're home a lot, so they see that. So of course they're going to react to that. And then with the sad cases that's coming through are the CPS related, where CPS comes in and take away the children, and then the kids are placed in all these different shelters, right? So the separation from their families is, no matter how dysfunctional your parents are, right? The kids still love them. They still yearn to be with their families. So separating them without really finding a way to have them interact is a big part of our challenge. I know you want to see your parents. I know you, but we have to go through the protocol. CPS, they don't understand that. All they know is that they were, they came in and they were taken away from their homes without even knowing why. So we try to kind of break that down and try to help them understand in order to cope that whatever happened is not their fault. So a lot of times they blame themselves, the kids blame themselves. Or maybe it's because of my behavior that, my mom and dad got into a fight or things like that. I said, no, it's not your fault. You also, I see a lot of the kids being the parents, taking on the role, parenthesizing their parents. So they feel that they need, especially the older ones, they feel like they have to be the one to take over the role of their parents, which is not. And I said, no, you need to be a youth, you need to be an adolescent. That role is separate. So we try to unpeel that kind of emotional state. It's difficult, but it just takes a lot of patience and time.
I'm sure. It's just the problems like in my generation. Like I was the adult because my mom had to work so many jobs to support us, right? But to hear now that kids have to be the adult because their parents are strung out on drugs, it breaks my heart, man. And Jesse, I'm pretty sure that with the homeless and at risk of being homeless youth that you guys serve, is drugs, is it a big part of the equation in a lot of the cases?
Yeah, we do have youth who were exposed to, for their parents or were are on drugs, and we even also have youth who experimented with drugs themselves, and so it really is helping them navigate not only through their emotions but through life itself, right? Because for youth and adolescents, this is a developmental stage for them, and so for them as they grow up, they're they're being introduced to new emotions, new feelings, and they really need that they really need that guidance, that openness with their family, with their loved one, to help process what they're going through, what they're feeling. And so it's very important that, especially with this developmental phase, that we all lend a caring hand and an open, like an open heart and ear, listen to them, acknowledge what they're going through, acknowledge what they're feeling, because it's their own feelings, and everybody's entitled to their emotions and to their experiences. And it's very important that we don't neglect it by tossing it aside and saying, you know what, you're just being dramatic, or you're just being silly. Listen and talk to them and have that open and frank discussion with them and help them.
I grew up in a house where some of my elder relatives were on drugs, crystal meth particularly, and it becomes like this thing. This is when I was very young. It becomes this like secret that everybody in the house has to carry with them because it's family, and you wouldn't like go call the cops on your uncle or whatever. Do you guys hear a lot about that kind of thing where it's like there's this stigma, and we're talking about stigma for mental health awareness, right? There's got to be a stigma with being involved with family using drugs. Then there's also got to be a stigma with these kids because they're kids. And I mean, Ovi, when you tell us that, oh, the kids are depressed or, oh, they're sad, I know there's a lot of adults out there like, oh, come on, these kids nowadays, like, what do you even got to be sad about? You know what I mean? You guys have everything. So I think a lot of adults, like, it's generational. Maybe we just don't get it. But is that something that you guys hear about where kids are having to just like carry secrets that they shouldn't have to carry?
So may I add that the reason why I mentioned earlier that one of the reasons why our kids are probably not accessing or benefiting from our services as much as they should is because of the mere fact that you mentioned stigma. So with the stigma effect, some families may not want the child to receive services because what if they tattle, right? So I've done countless numbers of intakes where the family was hovering over the young person, ensuring that whatever was being said wouldn't compromise the family secret. And the reason why most of our kids have distress is because they are carrying a family secret. Somebody who they know touched them inappropriately, somebody they know, like you mentioned, you reference your family situation. A lot of that happens. So it's not even anecdotal. If we were to compile the reports, we would see that quite a few of our young people are carrying adult secrets. And the stigma effect is this: the young people, they only can follow the lead of the adults. And I might I just kind of shift off and mention this? The young people in Guam, and I'm making a very blanket statement, the young people in Guam are very resilient, they're very talented, and they're some of the most awesome young people I've ever worked with. Honestly speaking, the reason why they're in the position they are in is because oftentimes it's the adults who are not there to provide that rock, that guidance. So the transference that we see in the young people's lives comes from the dysfunction in the lives of the adults. And I might as well just say that bluntly.
Yeah. Ovi, this has got to be one of the toughest jobs out there. And I'm not trying to make it about you, right? But I mean, just hearing what you're telling me now here, and I know you can't even get into the details, it friggin' breaks my heart, right? To know that
Chris, it is a very, very hard job, but it's very, very needed, so in terms of the stigma, we're already starting the movement to kind of integrate mental health with the regular health. AMC has started their own clinics. So we really need to work harder in terms of changing policies to make that become reality across the board, where you can just come in, you don't have to wait to go to mental health because of the stigma that's attached to it, and just go into a regular clinic and see a doctor and then be referred to their own behavioral health personnel there. So hopefully, I really hope that, at some point in the near future, mental health is regarded that way, that it starts with our minds, right? I mean, we may look okay, we may go about our business, be okay, but really when we go home, we're so closed out. I mean, I'm in the profession, but when this COVID hit, I find myself being depressed. So I need to go back and reflect on what I've learned, to help myself, because really it's hard, it's difficult. But I love my job. I really love, and I really love the fact that I work with children. I think I've found the niche in working, starting from my work at DYA, and then now to behavioral health. The children, they're going to grow up to become adults. So if I really believe, my personal philosophy is that if we are able to save one child from experiencing mental illness as an adult, then we've done our job. But still, the programs I've seen, I opened up the newspaper and I've seen some of the kids that I worked with, and I somehow the system failed. Somehow
you can't
right?
reach
So
you can't reach every one of them, right?
yeah. So, but don't let that stop you from trying.
Right.
And that's why we really need to. I hone in with my work with the youth and adolescents is that okay, you're in this state right now, but it's not permanent, right? And it's up to you to change your life now. Where do you see yourself going, right? You have all the potential. What do you really want? And you focus it on them and not on their parents, because we can, there's a lot of us that are really out there that came from dysfunctional home, but yet are able to rise above the challenges. So we just need to really have them believe that. And I also believe that if there's one adult that's there that can really help that one child, I mean, I see that there's a lot of foster, that we're lacking foster children.
Yeah.
That really bothers me, because as a Chamorro woman, where are all the godparents?
Yeah.
When I baptize a child, there's like 10 of us, manunggi siya na tawag, right? Where are those parents that vowed to be a godchild, that when the parents failed, they're supposed to step in? So I don't know. It's hopefully we can find a better way
Right.
to.
Yeah. Obi, I mean, to be fair though, I mean, I still see the Poksai, like with extended family raising up. And I mean, we all went around to Uncle Auntie's house. I mean, not even people kids without trauma, right? I mean, it was just kind of like, hey, Uncle Raymond wants to borrow you for the weekend to work at the ranch or whatever, you know what I mean? But I do still see it, but it's not like in the system, right? So I know we need the foster parents, but I do want to shout out and recognize so many of our extended family members who see the situation where, the dad is on drugs, he's in and out of jail, or maybe the mom is on drugs. And it just breaks my heart, because we're talking about drugs every day on this show. But I feel like we're not talking about the children who are being affected by the parents and the people who are in their lives who are supposed to be responsible for their care. Just having their own issues. I mean, and you're right, it's an addiction thing. And I can't even imagine kids having to be grown-ups. I mean, maybe not even taking care of siblings, but just having to deal with these very grown-up things like, mom or dad is in jail because they're stealing to support their habit, or we can't go to this family's house because they already stole from them, so we're not welcome there anymore. And these force our kids to grow up so fast. And I mean, I'm so fortunate because I got 5 amazing kids who grew up at their own pace, and, I mean, we had issues, but I mean, to see so many of these kids out here who are like 10, 11, 9 years old, 8 years old, just little adults who are talking about adult things, who know about adult things. I mean, it's the people like you who are like really on the front line. Like you said, I mean, what Jesse had said about developing stages, right? That's why it's so key to reach these kids now because, I mean, a tree is going to reach for the sun, right? But a tree is going to grow any way it has to grow. If it has to grow crooked to try and find that sun, I mean, these are these kids. They're going to grow any which way they can. And it's important for you guys to get that intervention at this stage, right? So that you can kind of like correct them to grow maybe a little straighter or grow a little stronger.
So hopefully one day you'll change, but it's so bad, the drugs on Guam. And really, I just really want to say that the parents really need to prioritize to their children that they're going to grow up and this is the life that they're seeing. And it's really sad. It's really bad on Guam. So hopefully, with our agency, we're leading more towards drug and alcohol abuse and opening up the facilities to help that are in need.
Right. Yeah. So, I mean, Ovi, I mean, it's so easy to feel defeated, right, guys? Seeing what you see every day, and I can tell you're getting emotional. But what about those bright spots, those kids that do get reached, that you are able to turn around? What's that feeling like?
I've seen a lot that have that came in for really major depressive symptoms, and they're out in the military now. They're and I see some that have left Guam to go to other family members in the States that are doing well. So we really do have success stories. A lot of kids that are able to graduate and get into UOG or GCC. So there are, it's hard, but there are some that really just realize that this is my life and I'm going to take control of it, because nobody can dictate how my life goes except me. I'm going to make that choice and I'm going to work it and go from there. So there are, despite, the disheartening challenges of what we're going through, there are success stories. And like Tyrone said, these kids, they are so resilient. They just really need to turn on that light bulb in their minds and realize that it can work and they can get better and there is hope.
Amen. We just have some of the most amazing children on this island. You're right about that, Ovita. Guys, we got to wrap. Go ahead, Ty. Go ahead, add something, and then we'll just go around. Jess, if you could, before we close, how do they get a hold of you guys for services? Same thing with you, Ty. Go ahead.
No, I just want to give a shout out to all the entities in the community who are working with us and who are seeing their own successes as well. For example, one of the ways that we can help reach our young people too is providing sports outlet. So for the mayors who are refurbishing the youth centers or the basketball courts, or mowing the soccer fields, for GFA for providing youth programs in the past and is looking to do so again, for all the other community-based providers who are also working with us and who are also providing beds for the homeless kids, and for those who are actually working in the community like West Care or Sanctuary, the shelter, all of them, they're providing these services and they're seeing their successes too. So we are not defeated. We are actually working and providing a lot of hope. And I know one young person I was recently working with who sent me a text and said, "Sorry, Mr. Ty, I no longer need you." So I'm just giving a shout out to that person.
Something to do though, but go ahead.
So I just wanted to mention that we are not defeated.
Of course
we're actually
not.
doing a lot of work in the community and we see a lot of turnaround for the best. And I want to encourage Guam to invest in the young people, because one day we're all going to grow old and we're not going to be able to take over things. And if we invest in our youths, we will see the positive turnaround.
Well said, Ty. Jesse, let's close it out here, my friend.
All right. No, thank you. Absolutely agree with both of them. Thank you so much for our partners for really referring the youth to us, that that we can absolutely do our thing and dig a little deeper and see, is there some emotional things that we can address? What can we help with early on? That way, when they do become older, that that they're more resilient, that when they encounter things and struggles, that they have the the skills needed to address it that we were able to help with, right? And so we're really grateful for our partners and, also, help break the stigma. Stigma is really, really the major barrier for people to come forward and seek help. I see it when we go out into the schools, we talk to kids, there's various words that they use out there that really impede people from reaching out for help. And so I challenge everybody, to have a easy conversation with people. Ask them, how are you doing? How's your day going? Acknowledge what they're going through. And if if they need help, call us. Call our crisis hotline, 647-8833. You can also call the National Suicide Prevention Line at 1-800-2822-88. It's a Logic song.
Yeah.
I should know that by heart.
Just go listen to Logic.
Right, you can play it afterwards.
Yeah.
There's a lot of help out there. And we're here to help, and we want to help. And so really thank you so much for having us.
Of course, man. Ovi, I feel you, ma'am. I feel you. I know, God, I can just read it on your face how seriously you take this, and I'm right there with you. I just got to say, let's not take the pressure off the community, because it does take a village, and I just feel like we just got to do better for our kids, for everybody, you know what I mean? We need to get back to that. Like you said, where are these people at? The ones who step up and fill in the gaps, right? Go be a foster parent.
Yes. Yeah. Just don't quit. Let's not quit. Let's not give up on the children. Let's not give up hope for our people. It's tough, but I think we just need to let them know that what they're doing as adults is trickling down. But there is hope, and reach out to us. There's hope. There's counselors in our programs. There's social workers that we just have. Just come in and get help, and don't worry about the stigma, because there's not. Each and every one of us has gone through some kind of mental health challenge at some point in our life. So there is help out there, and you're not alone. We're here to help.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for having us.
Of course.
Thank you.
Be safe, man. Thank you. Okay, Hogamos. Yeah, guys, that stigma, that's one of the silver linings. Unfortunately, because COVID brought on a lot of these mental health issues that we're discussing. But that's one of the silver linings, I think, of COVID, is that we're able to talk more openly about mental health issues like depression, sadness, dealing with this pandemic, right? It's kind of become a normal conversation. But yeah, break that stigma, guys. Go to therapy. I've been to therapy. It's actually fun. Think about it, right? When you're going through stuff on Guam, it's like you don't want to tell your friends, you don't want to tell your family because, it's your more news network. Let's just be honest. Nobody can keep a secret on this island. But life hack therapists have to keep the secret. That's like the number one thing they can't tell anyone. Unless, of course, you're committing crime, then they have an obligation. But I know you guys are good. So, yeah, go and get yourself checked. Have a talk, right? Do a self-assessment. Don't be scared to look at what's going on, because guess what? A lot of people are going through very similar things, whether it's because of this pandemic or not, right? Sometimes the pandemic kind of triggers a lot of issues in people's minds and well-being. Hey, it's 9:10. Public health, the chief public health officer. We're going to go in with Chima Mbakwem. And then he's also bringing from the lab Anne-Marie Santos, who's the Public Health Lab Administrator, Bureau of Communicable Disease Control, DPHSS. So we're going to find out more about this UK variant. We'll get an update on the status of the contact tracing and the cluster investigation next, right here on The Link. Good morning.
As a reporter, I often ask people what compelled them to get the COVID-19 vaccine. For me, someone who's lived through coronavirus, I can't help but fear the idea of possibly infecting others, unknowingly passing it along to someone with a lesser immune system, someone's mother, father, grandparent, or someone who wouldn't be as blessed to suffer only minor symptoms. When I contracted COVID, that is what weighed most on my heart and mind. and that's why I did everything in my power to prevent this from happening by following public health protocols. And now I am doing the same thing, being mindful my decisions, choices, and actions don't only affect me, but the entire nation. So I chose to get vaccinated, simply to protect others. My name is Adriana Cotero. I'm a KUAM News reporter and anchor, and a proud member of the Vaccine Nation.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Addis Trust and Investment, location, service, trust, is a proud partner of the KUAM Care Force.
KUAM Communications and Denny's Guam presents Mamapreneurs, a special multi-platform series throughout the month of May showcasing mothers who are also local entrepreneurs in our community. In commemoration of Mother's Day, during weekdays in May, we'll feature daily profiles of these multitasking mamas and their businesses. Additionally, on KUAM News Primetime every Monday in May, we'll showcase a different enterprising mamapreneur. Check out our online directory of all these businesses as well on KUAM.com. And if you know a mamapreneur we should feature, send us a message on social media or email executiveproducer@KUAM.com. Mamapreneurs is brought to you by Denny's. Guam's Diner is always open.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Jason J. Good guy, good guy. So glad to see so many of our local musicians just doing it, you know what I mean? I mean, Jason used to walk around the neighborhood with his guitar, just playing at everybody's house.
There was always a few people like that.
Yeah.
Like I didn't go to GW,
Right.
but you know what I heard? Like a mutual friend of ours, Sarge Lavea.
Right.
I heard that you could not separate him from his guitar
Yeah.
in high school.
Yep.
I mean, he comes from, the Lavea family. It's,
Right.
Ron, Mark. I mean, they were in
There's
Nantro.
also another man, one of my classmates who was murdered, Hans de la Cruz, used to always carry his guitar. Sorry, I know that was kind of...
But even at Sanchez, we had like those one or two guys who were and like during break, during lunchtime,
Yeah.
even if they were just sitting by themselves, they were just noodling, working on scales and everything. And I mean, it's a dedication to your craft. You got to appreciate that.
I never went around with a guitar because I was always scared someone might like put me on the spot. Play Metallica.
But I have heard from more than one person that the one thing that you would have to like surgically remove from your body was a composition book and a pen.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Because I've heard that you would write some like crazy.
Oh, thanks.
Crazy good poetry.
Thanks,
back in high
Jay.
school.
Appreciate that. Yep. That's me, the poet. 9:14. It's May 4th. Let's go ahead and go into the Zoom room. So, guys, public health on the line here, and we're going to talk about everything from the UK variant to the cluster and contact tracing. And I guess we'll go ahead and start with the UK variant. Chima Mbakwem, he's the acting chief public health officer for the island of Guam. And then he's joined by the lab administrator for public health, Anne-Marie Santos. Good morning.
Good morning.
Let's go ahead and talk about I guess we'll start with Anne-Marie and talk about the process, right? Because we've heard with the California variant and the other samples we sent off to CDC. Can you kind of walk us through the process, Anne-Marie, of how we get these samples and what and when we decide to send off to the Centers for Disease Control?
So the COVID-19 response of the CDC laboratories, they had sent us a memorandum back in early January, late December of 2020, saying that we can submit samples for viral sequencing of SARS-CoV-2 positive samples. So since then, they do have the criteria. First of all, they require the CT value, which is the cycle threshold values, to be less than or equal to 28.
What is that in
CT
English?
value. So that's the lesser the number, the more viral. the more virus. So it'll only take like a couple of cycles to detect the positive virus. The more viral load there is, the less number of cycles that it will detect through the machine. So we are using our PCR machines and either the ABI 7500 or our Cephia Gene Expert. And so when a sample is positive, it has the numbers of the cycle threshold in the information from the machine. So from there, there's a metadata that we have to submit. And that metadata consists of 2 Excel spreadsheets. So one, it's called the global, it actually stands for Global File Accessioning Template. So it's called a GFAT. And so that should be emailed prior to sending the shipment. So CDC has to approve all the information that is in that metadata before we can ship. So we get prior approval for all the specimens and samples that we send.
So, Ann, let's say you swab me and I test positive. How much has to be done to my sample before you send it off to CDC? Because you talked a lot about like having to do the spins with the viral load. So I'm just trying to, layman's terms, is my sample after you take it from me and it's positive, is that good enough to send off, or do you have to spin it around in the machine more?
No, so your nasopharyngeal swab is processed directly into the machine once we have accessioned your patient information in our database. And so the barcode labels are printed and it'll, from point A to point B to the machine, it'll have that unique identification number. And so once it gets in the machine, it has a report result, and we report it in a qualitative positive or negative. But for the machine itself, it has the CT values available. So that CT value will be the information that we give to CDC.
Let me ask you, so when we sent off these, and we'll just focus on the UK variant because it's the most recent, but when we sent off these UK variants to the CDC, we sent off 4 samples, 3 came back positive for the UK variant. When you guys send off these samples, do you already have kind of an idea of what you think it might be?
No idea at all.
So no one is looking at a patient and saying, man, this kind of seems like the UK variant. Let's go send a sample. It's just more like we're flying blind until we get the results back.
Not at all. Yes, we just submit the positives. And then, like I said, the CT value, and it has to be specific sample from the nasopharyngeal, collected in a viral transport medium. And that's it. Just has to be positive and meet that value.
Yeah, it kind of seems like when we sent off the samples that eventually came back positive for the California variant, it seemed like it took way longer than the samples we sent for the UK variant. Was there a difference in the processing for these samples?
No, they were the same.
No, it was the same.
We would follow up with CDC, but the reason behind it is they do have lots of samples. To speak in a layman's term, they have many samples from all over the world that they do. So our samples are accessioned as it is received, and then they just had to look further into why it was in sequence. And I believe at one point they had to check the quality control values. And then, so they have their, like what we experienced last year, we had to recheck samples that we ran just to make sure that they meet the quality control and, the quality control values.
So with
acceptability.
The latest, and I think it might have just seemed longer with the California variant because we're asking way more. And then we didn't even know that the UK variants were sent off for samples.
Another factor, possibly, we sent like 20 samples each time. And this, from the UK variant, that shipment was only 5 samples.
And so 3 came back positive for UK. The other 2 were just the general COVID-19?
Right.
Okay.
It was not a variant of concern.
And but the UK variant is a variant of concern.
Yes.
Okay. And that is above a variant of interest in terms of seriousness and severity.
Yes.
Okay.
The transmissibility.
Right.
Mhm.
Let's bring in, I don't know if this is a Chima question, but with the latest samples we sent off, because we were saying, we wanted to send these latest samples off to see if they were the India variant. We kind of had an idea why, right? So we had these doctors come back. Is this all related? Chima, I'm assuming it's related because it seems a little obvious.
So, like Anne-Marie stated, is a process. We're part of that CDC process of sending in specimens to check, for what variants are in the community. So it's just a process. So we could have had the Indian variant, we could have had any other variant, but there's no way we can find out. So I think it's coincidental at this point that we had this 2 doctors test positive, and then we received this result. So it's coincidental. These are 2 different scenarios.
Yeah.
And like I stated earlier, the doctors took care of themselves, and we did not have any positive cases from for now, there's nobody that has tested positive from the contacts that they had. So even if there's any illusion that there's something going on right now, they are in isolation, they've taken care of themselves, and we don't have any person that is infected by them. So we're okay for now.
But also, Chima, we didn't know we had the UK variant out here until after the fact, right? So, I mean, we sent these doctors' results off to the CDC?
So it's just not about the doctors, it's about what Anne-Marie stated. If the CT values are high enough for us to send out.
Right.
So we actually do not pick and choose who. You're looking at the CT values. You're actually sending the identified information to CDC. So you're looking at a whole bunch of results. The ones that the CT values are enough for us to send out, we de-identify them and then just send them out to CDC. So it's more like it's a surveillance tool for us in public health, to use to find out what is going on in the community. So now that we've had this, we have these 3 cases. What we did yesterday, immediately we got the result yesterday, the team actually went back to review these individuals. So we actually went and traced them back to when they got into the island, who they were exposed to make sure that, within these 3 samples, nobody was infected. And we've been able to establish the fact that these individuals actually came from off-island, were in the quarantine site. They were supposed to be released on day 6. They tested positive on day 6, and then they were put in isolation, and then their close contacts were quarantined for 14 days. So basically, they were quarantined for 20 days. So there was no transmission, in the sense that the individuals were tested, isolated correctly, their contacts isolated, and then they completed quarantine before they were released from the government quarantine facility. So for these 3 cases, there's a full assurance that nobody was exposed to these 3 individuals. And remember that in January, when the UK variant was discovered in the US in December of 2020, we met and the director gave us his blessing to internally change our process. So we changed our quarantine and isolation process. Initially, we we were able to identify people in isolation who had conducive homes. We could allow them, quarantine, isolate at home, considering the fact that we were trying to use the least restrictive measures on these individuals, like the way it is stated in the law. But when the variant was discovered in the U.S., we had to protect our island, and the only way to protect our island is anyone who is coming from outside who turns positive. We made sure that they went straight from the government quarantine site to the government isolation site. That way, we did not want to take the chance of introducing something different into the community. So we were able to isolate everyone who turned positive, and we've been doing this since January of 2021. So I think we are sure that these 3 cases, there was no community transmission based on these 3 cases.
All right. Let's talk about, are you ready to go into let me ask, how close are we to having the technology to be able to run these samples ourselves? Is that because we've seen the technology through the course of this pandemic? It went from, they had tests where it took overnight to get the results to now we got these super rapid tests. So you've seen like the evolution of technology in this short span of time. Is there any possibility that we could get equipment where we could analyze these samples on our own here? I mean, do we even have the personnel who do that kind of thing, Anne-Marie?
Yes, we're building our capacity to perform sequencing. So we're working really closely together with our CDC partners and lab advisors under the ELC grant, the Epidemiology Laboratory Capacity Grants. We had submitted our budget, and it's for the justification for Guam Public Health Lab to set up like an ISEC 100 system, which is for a sequencing machine and all the related consumables that we will need to perform our own sequencing on island, so that results will be, improve the turnaround time for results.
Right.
So we're excited that we're going to be having that soon, hopefully. I'm not sure, hopefully by summer or before the school year starts for next fall.
Well, that is good news. And so it's just an equipment thing, like you could read the printout from sequencing?
Yes. So yeah, the analysis, of course, we're gonna, with the vendors, whoever is awarded the machine, we will get proper training, setup, validation, quality control measures. So we will be able to interpret the sequencing results as we do with the qualitative results.
Chima, let's go ahead and get into the, we did have a comment here. What are the numbers of exempt travelers turning out positive after their arrival in Guam, including the 2 recent doctors? Because I know that happened with the guard. There was I want to say a couple. But is this something that you guys see every once in a while, Chima?
These are just rare cases. It's not, remember that everyone who comes in as a CSW has a pre-arrival test, and then they're also on restriction of movement. So even if they are, and they are monitored daily. So if they have symptoms, they report and go get tested. And when they are positive, it's easy for us to track because they are on restriction of movement.
Okay. So let's just jump into the cluster contact trace investigation for the A-Class Lounge, the infamous basketball game, and the Tsubaki Tower, Chima. Unmute.
Right now, there are no new cases identified since the 30th for the A-Class cluster. So to date, it's still those 14 cases. 13 of them have been released from isolation, and then 1 is still at GMH. So, and all the close contacts have been released. So the that is basically closed. So closed in the sense that we don't have any cases coming out from there, but part of our responsibilities is to continue interviewing, to see if there are more links. But for now, within this period, there is no more positive cases, and the close contacts have all been cleared.
For the A-class lounge cluster.
Yeah, the A-class,
Okay.
yes. And for the Subaki cluster, one new case was identified on the 30th of April, but this was a patron, not a staff, and is currently in isolation. But the interesting thing is that this individual was identified in quarantine, so there is no new close contact for this individual. So, he was a close contact and was in quarantine, and then was tested and turned positive. So if you're looking at the time he was exposed and the time he was in quarantine, he didn't have any contact with anybody to infect them. So this is like a standout, because what we normally do is you identify the index case, they name their close contacts, the close contacts are quarantined and then monitored. So at that point, you've actually cut off transmission, and then you've identified potential contacts, and then you monitor them, and then if they don't turn positive within the period of quarantine, then that is over for that particular case. So that is what we're seeing with this.
Unmute, Chima. I think you keep hitting that mute button. So let me just go back. There was a new positive with the Subaki Tower cluster. However, it was a customer of Subaki Tower who dined at the restaurants between April 14th and April 18th. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And so they were identified as a close contact. And then did you put them in the government quarantine facility, or were they told to just quarantine at home?
No, they're quarantined at home.
Okay, so they quarantine at home, and then you guys were checking them. Hey, do you have symptoms? And was that when they were tested?
Yes, and then they got tested and they were positive. So because they were already in quarantine, they wouldn't have been exposed to some other person. So, yes, so
that's how you know that it's from Subaki.
Yes, but because that's how we know that it was a contact from Subaki, and then the whole 60 workplace employees who have been released from quarantine. The last close contact will be released tomorrow. So the 60 staff that were potentially exposed to this individual will be released tomorrow.
So we had 60 staff go through what? How many days quarantine?
14 days.
Wow. All at home?
Yes.
Man. And so none of them turned positives during that quarantine?
None of them turned positive, but we still have 1 day to go for some of them.
We laugh about the craziest things on this show. One more day, guys. One more day. So,
but I'm truly optimistic that So most of the exposures were minimal, but we were trying to err on the side of caution to make sure that we do not expose more members of the community if something was going on. So the fact that the hotel was able to shut down and have all their staff in quarantine is a good gesture, and also some responsibility to the island, and we truly appreciate that partnership with them.
Right.
They didn't come back to argue with public health or try to fight us. They were very compliant.
Let me ask Chima, so going back to the customer of Subaki Tower who caught COVID from this cluster, what type of interaction did they have with the staff at the hotel that you believe that led to the transmission?
So the dynamics of this of COVID and airborne infections so we cannot establish if this individual was actually infected in Subaki or outside Subaki, right? So the reason is he was identified as being in a place a transmission was going on. So he might already be infected at the time he was in Subaki, right? So So to make that determination is always difficult because you can't. There's no way for us to determine who infected each other. Is the index case you make the determination from who is the first person to test. So when you identify that index case, that is where you build your case from. It's like TB. For us, for TB, it might take you 2 to 3 years to identify the source of the source case, because we can actually do genome sequencing for TB, but that one you can actually do that, and then you're able to match up the strains and be able to build an AP link based on that. But now that we're in an epidemic, we don't have that capacity to trace because it's everywhere in the community.
I mean, but in interviewing this customer, there wasn't a point where he was like, "Oh, my mask was off," and it's something like this, and somebody spit one on me or whatever. There was no point in the investigation where you were able to look at anything that they had said and been like, "Oh, it might have been there, or might have been happened there."
That you can actually ask those questions, but people remember very little over time.
Right. Yeah.
I don't think I can remember what happened last week when I ate outside.
Chima, so how many more people do we need to test out of the Subaki tower? Because I remember when you came on last week, it was something like there was over 1,000 people. So how far into that are we?
So like I said earlier, we actually asked. So those were the people identified by public health, and we asked them to go out to go get tested. Right. But we set up testing sites at the Northern Regional Community Health Center. We had the outreach at Tizen, and Subaki had the testing in their facility. But also remember that there are other testing sites on the island that these individuals might have availed to. So we might have them. We might have the number that reported Subaki or a cluster on their intake forms, and there might be some who did not indicate that. But the fact is that we've actually seen an increase in number of people that have been tested within this period, showing that people actually went out to get tested. Yeah. So even if we don't get that mark of, even if we don't get to the mark that we actually identified, we also believe that people would have gone to other places to get tested. Yeah.
Right. So that doesn't necessarily mean that the positives we've seen over the last few days are necessarily connected to the clusters. They could just be separate COVID cases.
Yes, some of them are from the quarantine site. Some of them are actually other cases that they are close contacts in the family tested positive. Remember when I explained the concentric circle? So when you see one positive case in a family of, let's say, 6 people, and then we identify one individual that is positive, then we identify their close contacts. So there might be 5 close contacts. Those individuals will be quarantined, and then halfway into the quarantine, or if they develop symptoms, we'll go test them. So you might see 4 to 5 cases coming out from one household just for one exposure. So those close contacts are just part of one family cluster that is not a community cluster. So that is, so most of the numbers we were seeing last week, some of them were from the QFAC and some of them were close contacts to family members.
Wow. Chima, so let's say like I'm a close contact, and you guys tell me, hey, you got to quarantine for 14 days. What if I have like a job?
You need to quarantine if you are exposed. You need to talk to your employee, and then if your employee wants you to come to work knowing that you are exposed to someone who has COVID, I don't think that is possible. Considering the amount of information that we have out there, right, yeah. Because the consequence will be if the individual goes to work and is positive, then the individual is going to infect everybody in that establishment, and then everybody will be quarantined. So I think it will not be smart for any individual to know that you're a close contact and allow you to come to work.
So was 60 Subaki staff that went on quarantine for 14 days?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, the hotel actually took the initiative to ask them to go home.
Wow.
Yeah, that is key in the sense that they were able to identify within themselves who they believed at that point were close contacts, and they were able to shut down.
Right.
That also helped in cutting off transmission, because if they've allowed them to come back to work, and the few individuals who might turn positive from that cluster who were part of the hotel would have created more
No,
opportunities for
I get it.
transmission.
Yeah, I get it. I'm just wondering if there's ever been a conversation where somebody's like, how am I going to pay my rent if I got to miss work for 2 weeks? Because I know some of these employers, they won't even pay you. You're just SOL. But I want to say that if you get quarantined as a close contact, Shima, and you're out of work for 2 weeks, do you think you're eligible for PUA since your work loss is related to the virus?
I think I might not be in labor or DOA.
I know you're not. I'm just wondering offhand.
I can't answer this.
Right on. So Chima, last time you came on, you said we were still about a couple weeks out from really seeing all the effects of these different clusters and the close contacts and the investigation. Is that still accurate? When would we expect kind of like, not a finish line because I know the nature of the virus, but do we still need a couple weeks to let this kind of wash out and see what happens?
I always say that we are still in an epidemic, a pandemic, sorry. We're still in a pandemic. So because we're still in a pandemic, we can still see, sporadic cases here and there. But the most interesting thing is that we also need to make sure that we're doing the right thing to stop transmission in the community. So it's a balance. So like the last 2 weeks was an example of how one individual can become a super spreader, and create a problem. So it's us taking that initiative that we can become the problem in the community and adhere to the public health and recommendations about keeping the community safe. That would be my answer, going down the line until the pandemic is off completely, is called off, until the island is fully vaccinated. We just can't sleep on, we can't rest. We continue to work towards making sure that we protect ourselves on the island.
All right. Thank you, Chima. Anne-Marie, anything in closing?
Closing. Okay. Well, this week, actually, the lab team is preparing for another shipment of samples for sequencing. So for this shipment, we have a total of 25 samples being shipped out. We're working with Ambith Logistics, packing it in dry ice. So CDC did approve for these 25 samples to be sent. 5 of the 25 are travelers, 2 from the US, 2 from Manila, and the 1 from India. And the other 20 are local community swabs. So we're going to check for either from the cluster testing, and more information will be provided as soon as the other sequencing results will be.
Right. And then for the UK.
So we're always like, yes, every day we have a NS3 portal. They call the NS3 is the National SARS-CoV-2 strain surveillance program of CDC. And myself and Dr. Ann Pabutsky has access to that portal. And each morning we check that. And that's when yesterday we got the results of the 4 results that were available, in addition to the 26. So in total, we've shipped out 61 samples. 30 had been sequenced. And so 31 samples are waiting for results. And then we will add 25 to that number by the end of the week.
Okay. And then the takeaway, Chima, from what you're saying, the 3 cases, the UK variant, were stopped in the quarantine.
Yes, they were stopped in the quarantine. Yes.
Okay.
And I am confident that we did because of the change in our internal protocols as of January 14.
Which of the variants, in your opinion, is the worst one, Chima?
You know, we just go of the classification of CDC. You know, so the one is the variant of high consequence. So that's basically what we can say is the one that is the worst. So right now we just have variants of concern, which we are really concerned about.
Yeah.
So.
You're not interested, you're concerned, but it's not a high consequence. That's the third one, Jake. Because we were talking about that, we knew there was variant of interest, variant of concern, but the top tier is variant of high consequence.
Yes.
Who thinks of this stuff? They couldn't come up with an easier one, like.
You know, the thing is, you know, so the interesting thing now is, you know, trust. You know, this is a time people should trust public health. This is a time the community should trust the government, in the sense that, you know, we've been able to demonstrate, you know, that the policies, the recommendations, you know, have been able to put us where we are now, and you can imagine what public health has been able to do in the past 2 weeks, you know, with all these challenges that we have, and also making sure that the community is safe. So essentially, as we are looking at the technological solutions, which is the pharmaceuticals, you know, using the vaccine, you know, as another layer of protection, we also have to look at trust, which is about listening to our recommendation on behavioral change, you know, putting out there how we should behave right now, you know, open your windows, you know, wash your hands, wear your face mask. So this is the new norm, and this new norm and this new behavioral changes, we need to be able to have a level of trust that this will work for us in collaboration with the technological advances of the vaccine, so that, you know, it's difficult, but I just see, you know, how people would need to behave, you know, how they process information now, you know, how we tend to move from here forward. So I think it's important to build that trust, and I think we've gotten to a point where the response, which is public health and the government, you know, should be trusted, and people will be able to continue following our recommendations until we're out of the woods. Because I think I'm not the one that, you know, normally beats my own drums, you know, but I can say that public health at this point has shown, you know, a lot of resilience. We've shown a lot of commitment. We've been overstretched, but at the end of the day, where we are today is the commitment of public health and the community. But so we just need to continue having that commitment and that trust until we're sure that everyone is vaccinated and we are safer than we are before. Then we can relax but not relax our defenses.
Right on. Chima, I agree. I think that public health has done a pretty damn good job. And the community as well. Trusting the government, that's a conversation for a whole other show. Chima.
Well, public health is part of the government.
I
so
get
that's
you. I know.
yeah.
Right on.
Yeah, that's the government.
Okay, my friend. Anne-Marie, thank you. Come back anytime. It was fun, right?
Thank you.
Right on. There you go. I'll see you guys. Chima Mbakwem, the Chief Public Health Officer, joined there by the Public Health's top lab administrator, Anne-Marie Santos. Kind of went into it was kind of nerdy stuff, Jay, talking about the samples and the CH, which is the viral load.
But it was good though. I mean,
Yeah.
Just
in case you guys wanted to know.
No,
I
you
know.
you got to look at the process and the procedures and
yeah.
everything like that. And
Yeah.
you know, I mean, this is something that obviously has to be done with a great deal of precision and care, and you know, like the steps have been meticulously laid out.
Right.
Like you said, they're doing a good job.
Right. Yeah. And to what Chima was saying, I think people do kind of recognize the job that public health has done, but I think for a lot of people, there's just this like ability or desire we have to separate policy from politics, right? And when you have more politics than policy, that's where it becomes a situation where people just don't trust. I mean, and people have not trusted the government. It's not a Lou thing. I mean, it's just it's a government thing, right? I mean, there are people who do trust the government, and there are people who just won't, right? But that's why it kind of comes down to the messaging of it, which is, again, don't go anywhere if you're sick. All right, there's nothing political about that. Wash your hands, watch your distance. Be, careful, be safe. Like, I'm fully vaccinated, but I just act like I'm not, just to keep myself safe. 9:52, Jason Salas, ladies and gentlemen, closing out our show with this next great interview.
Yeah, so our Tomas Manglonia, as we've been saying throughout the show, has been filing some really, really good reports for us, and he's got a fantastic one now as he has connected with the folks who run, I guess you can call it the West Coast chapter, West Coast outlet of Elite Bakery, which Chris has been going on and on and on about, like
West Side.
There you go, the wonderful baked goods. I know Joe Sir and I have both been their customer many times, very happily so. So here's Tomas's report on Elite Bakery baking for the Bay, doing good work out there. Then we're going to bring Tomas on for some of his thoughts and what he learned about this story.
Elite Bakery in Union City, California continues its long history of delivering local Chamorro food to the Bay Area.
We established this bakery, this location in 2012, but we originally had the bakery here in California in 1985. Our operation on Guam and Tamuning and in Agate has been on island working since 1976, so several generations now in the baking industry on Guam and now here in California.
Ken Villo and Grace Villo Robbins are siblings running the bakery.
We've been working together because my sister and I are a great team, and we try to just provide that Hafaday spirit and that family unity that we've been growing up with on the island to kind of share with everyone here in California.
The smell of island food favorites greet you at the door, where they hope to sell food that keeps the memories of home alive.
Our bakery here was making products that you couldn't really find, like the guava chiffon cake, chamorro empanada, we make buchi buchi, manhatatitas, and then we have a whole assortment of Filipino breads like pandesal, pandaleche, pandecoco. We make pizzeria, risquetti, all kinds of little knickknacks that kind of bring that comfort food to most islanders here in the Bay Area. You just can come here, they can get a pound of Kelaguen and then just get some red rice and then just have that taken back to when they were growing up on the islands and just enjoy those memories with the family and their loved ones and the fiestas and all those things. Is that that's the service that we're really trying to provide.
As California prepares to fully reopen, they're staying afloat.
We're not really trying to produce to where we're making profits. We've transitioned our retail mostly into wholesale and doing a lot of pre-order items just to stay safe until all of our staff is vaccinated and dealing with their own precautionary measures to keep everyone here safe and healthy and employed during this time. So we didn't let anybody go.
The kitchen is keeping busy amid the various pandemic lockdowns that shuttered the state. Ken says he's keeping the dream alive to expand across the West Coast.
And then in the future, if we want to expand, I love Washington State. I think it's a great area. There's lots of Chamorro, a lot of Guamanians out there, nothing really catering to them. And I think about those people all the time. Oregon down to SoCal and San Diego has a huge community, and but no bakery. So those are all markets that I can see that are just ready to tap into, and just to provide that same spirit like we do here.
Until then, he says they're focused on keeping their doors open. and has this message to share with his family on Guam.
Hafiday to all the people on Guam. My love and prayers for those that are suffering through COVID during this pandemic. We follow you religiously on KUAM. We follow all your stories. Shout out to my mom and dad. I love you guys so much. My brothers and sisters and all my family, friends, and relatives. My love and prayers always to you guys.
For KUAM News in the San Francisco Bay Area, I'm Tomas Manglona.
All right, and now we bring in Tomas, who's joining us in the Zoom room right now. Big smile on his face, and Tomas, I'm assuming also a very well-fed tummy after that report.
Yeah, I actually just had one of the empanadas for lunch. Good morning, Jason and Chris and Joser. What a great assignment to be put on. I know I covered Betsu before, and it was so great to be able to share.
Yeah, you got so many wonderful sentiments in there, and you talked about what it's like to build a business in the hyper competitive climate of like the West Coast and everything. But they do it with the work ethic that we have here as people of the Marianas, and that coming from the NMI, and obviously they said they do it with love, and they've got a real strong brand here on the island. The Garces family is so beloved and respected for what they do. But the one thing I really took away from that was pound of Keligwin. That was the soundbite for me. It's a pound. Three words have never resonated more with me than pound of Keligwin.
Yeah, and so they've been switching to more of that kind of catering because of the pandemic. You're not able to sit in the bakery or the cafe anymore, but they were really busy when I went there. It was hard to really nail down this interview because they have lots of orders coming in, whether that's for the holidays and now birthdays and graduation season right around the corner. Mm-hmm. It's just great to know that they're still keeping their doors open. And it's funny because when I asked Ken and his sister Grace who run the shop about what their plans are for the future, they said, well, we want to open in Washington, Portland, Vegas. And he went, oh, so just all of the West Coast? And they said, that's still part of the dream. So
also all markets that have very, very large and thriving Chamorro communities.
Yeah, and one thing also that was mentioned was, they're still very much COVID conscious. They're giving their employees options about working, about the way they work. And of course, they want everyone, they have about 7 employees there. They want them to all be vaccinated before they come in. And I think it's interesting because I had a similar experience when I first went to Elite Bakery just a few weeks ago. As I was waiting for my order after doing the interview, I also heard a lot of people coming in, and the first thing they do is tell their story about their connection to home and how long it's been since they've been back on Guam. And so I think it's just not only a good bakery, but it's a good place to just catch up and listen to how folks are doing after leaving the island for so long.
Well, since you approach this story both from the perspectives of a journalist and then ultimately as a happy customer, what was the sense that you got about about the diversity of the clientele? Was it like a lot of people with roots of the island and people that were probably native Bay Area? And how is the brand being received over there? Like how strong of a brand is it?
Yeah, I think every customer, based on my last visit and for this story, had a connection to Guam, of course. And so, and you also had a few people, local to the Bay Area as well, who really just love the Chamorro and Filipino food and snacks that they have there too. I would say that you could plop this one back at home and not notice the difference. And that's how locally homegrown and rooted it is. And I was talking to Ken because back on Rhoda, when I was in middle school, there was an Elite Bakery in front of the basketball court. And I asked him, did you run that bakery on Rhoda too? He said, yeah, I'd visit every other month or every 2 months here and there. And so it was just nice to also catch up with Ken and his sister Grace and everyone there who also has roots to home. Who's
That's so awesome.
Putting these things together.
Tomas, the way you came around robin from Rhoda to Guam to the Bay. Appreciate your time this morning. Tomas Manglona again from the KUAM news team. He's a great contributor with some good content. Good kid too.
Yeah, you guys make sure you post your comments on Tomas's story that's going to be up on our Facebook and YouTube channels. And feel free to tag the people that go there as well.
Right on.
Give them a shout out.
Hey, to our viewers on KUAM TV, my name is Chris.
I'm Jason. Half a day, everybody.
Esta. Adios. Magani Guam, The Breeze. Thank you to our Facebook Live viewers.